Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. We do have an amendment to the agenda. We're going to be moving up 14B2, 15C2, and 14A6. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, President Peterson.
We're going to move them up to the front of action. 14B2, 15C2, 14A6. And then we're going to move 15A1 to the bottom of conference. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
No public comment.
No public comment. Okay, if there's no public comment, we're going to go to closed session where we do conference with legal counsel, threat to public service and facilities, and public employment appointment. That's a tongue twister. All right, I'll entertain a motion to go to closed session.
Move to go to closed session?
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll be in closed session until 6 p.m. Okay, welcome back. If you're able to stand, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's begin. Okay, we'll be in a roll call.
Thank you, President Calvin Peterson,
Here.
Vice President James Forsyth,
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez,
Here?
Trustee Shannon Fredericks,
Here?
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg,
Here.
and Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, in closed session, the board took action to appoint Janae Wilcox as principal of Loma Vista Elementary. The roll call vote was as follows. I hear happiness in the crowd. The motion was brought by Jerry Dannenberg and seconded by James Forsyth, and it was voted 5-0. Yay. Next, we'll go into the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Peterson. One of the reasons we needed to wait for Gina to start the meeting is actually the good news. I want to hand this over to her to share an update about the induction program. So Gina, if you would.
Thank you. So as you know, we brought to the board about 2 years ago the process and the idea of us starting our own induction program for Ventura Unified so that we could focus on district priorities and align to our goals within our district within the induction process. And so myself and Nanette Pacell, our TOSA for induction programs, we've been writing, and also with Ed Services and our Director of HR, we've been writing the induction process. And so I'm pleased to let the board know that we just this week were notified that we have completed stage 3 process. It's a 5-stage process, but we can begin our own induction programs for both teachers and administrators after we complete stage 4. So the next step after we get our submission completed for stage 3 is we're invited to go to a commission meeting, just like we did after our stage 2 process. And our advisor presents our plan to the commission, and then we have an opportunity to answer any questions or present any additional information that they would like to consider, and then we get to move to the 4th round. So just really pleased at the timeline. This can be an extremely lengthy process. It can be a 3 to 5 year process, and we're in about 18 months right now, so really pleased at how quickly we've been able to move through the process. And I will continue to keep the board informed as we move along the way.
Just
Thank you for the
curious,
update.
when do you expect to be done with phase 4?
So we're expected to tentatively attend the commission meeting in August. So because we are who we are, we have our stage 4 feedback ready to go. So as soon as they allow us to, they don't allow us to submit that submission yet. So as soon as we go to the commission and we get that notice, that immediately following, we will submit that process. They've had some transitions in the commission, and so this one feedback took us a little bit longer than our stage 2 because of some staffing transitions that they've had. So our anticipation is that our plan is to have it completed by December to hopefully consider a mid-year start so that if we have any late hires, we could begin with our own induction processes for teachers and administrators. But most definitely it seems like we will be able to complete stage 4 prior to next school year, and so we would be full-fledged with our own process for the 26-27 school year.
Any correspondence?
No, President Peterson. Thank you.
And I don't see any public comment.
Not at this time. We do for a later agenda item.
Okay, we do have an amended agenda. We're going to skip to 14B2, which is Southern California Association of Governments, scope of work. First read.
Good evening, Board. We have Chelsea Russell here from the County of Ventura to talk about this opportunity that we have to partner with the county for a grant that they're receiving.
As Ms. Russell's walking to the mic, I'll just share that, as we know, the board has been resolute in making sure we're making the best use of our surplus properties. And so this is a really exciting partnership. And I want to thank Chelsea Russell for this lengthy process, but that got sped up very quickly. So thank you for being here today to be able to make it just under before the end of the fiscal year.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. Again, I'm Chelsea Russell. I work with in the County Executive Office and the Community Development Division, and so I work with affordable housing programs. And to talk a little bit about this regional grant that we applied for actually about 2 years ago now. We did this with the idea of scaling up affordable housing within our community, and so we wanted to approach this regionally with our partners in the cities and school districts as well. And so that's kind of the impetus of how we got here. And so we're really excited about this, and so I'm going to share a little bit about this grant and what it is. And as many of you are aware, Ventura County is one of the most expensive counties to live in within the country. It takes about $49 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom house or apartment. So it is a very high cost of living location. We are dealing with the housing crisis regionally, and so this is one way that we've been trying to approach this to address that. So just to give a little high-level overview of this, Southern California Association of Governments received $246 million in regional early action planning grants from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And with that money, they carved out the Housing Infill on Public and Private Lands grant. And so that is what we applied for 2 years ago, again, within collaboration with other cities within the region. And we were awarded $756,000 in technical assistance for that grant. Within that time frame, the passage of Assembly Bill 2295 took place, which allows for local educational agencies to develop housing on school district land. And in about 2024, the Ventura County Office of Education approached us along with the Housing Trust Fund of Ventura County and said, you know, we want to do something about this. We want to talk about how we can develop affordable housing or workforce housing on our properties. What can we do? And so we pulled together, along with the P20 Council, a symposium to discuss the development of affordable housing and kind of do a high-level overview of this bill, the benefits of it, and how we might be able to support affordable and workforce housing on school district land within our region. So following that symposium, we were kind of notified that we were receiving that SCAG grant. So we said, you know, this is a great opportunity to incorporate the school districts within this as well. And so we reached out and received interest from a number of school districts and thought this was a great opportunity to move forward and worked with SCAG on that. Originally, that wasn't part of our scope of work. We said, you know, we really want to bring along the school districts too. They were very supportive of it. So it took some time to just work through those logistics. The California budget was a little bit questionable last year, so we weren't really sure if this grant was going to go forward. And then we were notified, yes, we're green light. So now we're finally moving forward on these steps. So it's really exciting. Just to talk briefly on the benefits of development of workforce housing on school land, many things that you're probably very much aware of, just the benefits of teacher and staff retention, stabilizing student enrollment, using underutilized land efficiently and effectively. It's a recruitment tool to attract high-quality staff to the area as well. I think that's something that we've all kind of seen when we're going through hiring processes to try to bring folks into our region. It's really hard because our housing is so burdensome. It builds cross-sector partnerships. Hi, county, school district, very cool. Potential for long-term revenue, and then encourages smart growth and sustainability. And I'll just note on a personal level, I worked in higher education for over 10 years, over a decade, and my last position was at Cal State Channel Islands, but I actually live in the housing behind Cal State Channel Islands, and the way that I was able to get in was because I was working, you know, in an educational institution, and they had that benefit. And I can speak personally, the benefits are huge. It also builds a community that, you know, that you didn't know that you had and that you would get because you know your neighbors. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, right? Because you work with those people. But all things considered, it's a really good experience. So in terms of our next steps, have officially, we've gone to our board. They've signed off on our memorandum of understanding. SCAG is now moving forward to release an RFP to establish a pool of consultants to conduct studies to evaluate these publicly owned lands. And then those studies will be commenced by the consultants. The funds need to be expended by next year, June 30th, 2026, and then those outcomes of the studies will be shared with jurisdictions and special districts. Our plan is that we will be returning to our own board to inform them and do a receive and file, and then determine next steps and next action within our own properties that we're putting forward with the county. Obviously, it's up to Ventura Unified how you want to approach things. And then I will note that these are the participating jurisdictions in this. So we have Ojai Unified, Ventura Unified, presumably County of Ventura, City of Oxnard, City of Santa Paula, and Conejo Valley Unified School District are all participating in this grant with various different properties, some with multiple. So that concludes the presentation, but open to any questions you might have.
I would begin by saying you need to also add the environmental benefit of not having people making long commutes.
Yes.
To your slide, because that's another bonus.
100% accurate, yes. I miss my biking commute.
I did have a question. So just to be clear, I appreciated the presentation. These are not, the grant money is not funding that our district will receive. It's the consultation that our district will receive. Is that correct?
Correct. It basically funds the studies that will be conducted by the consultants, yeah.
So essentially, it'll give us access to do feasibility studies on some of our surplus properties, and so that way the district doesn't have to pay out of their own fund, and we could, partner with the county to utilize the grant funds that are available.
When you talk about feasibility studies, you're talking about all our properties that are surplus or just a couple of them?
We have the opportunity to look at all 5.
We have 2.
Which we should do.
We, Ms. Russell, in the early steps of the partnership, asked us to prioritize 2 properties. So we've prioritized the ESC and the Washington School property. At the time, we didn't necessarily know how many people would apply, how many total funds would be available. So we prioritized those 2 properties with the hope that, depending upon the number of participants and the total cost through the RFP process. But that's where we are right now.
And when do you expect to have the results of the feasibility study? I know you said you were planning to present and file for the County Board of Supervisors, but there wasn't a date on that.
Yeah, so we don't know exactly the firm date. The funds need to be expended by June 2026, so I would imagine on or around that time frame, we should get the results of the studies, depending on how SCAG pays the consultants.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, we are in the process of applying for the CDE waiver for the second time for an extension. Best case scenario, that gives us until the end of 2026, maybe longer if they do the 2-year, but it seems unlikely, right? So, so timing-wise for us, that does not leave us a very big window. I know there's a lot of other things to sort out, but if we can get moved to the front of the list, it would be great.
Here, yeah. I will see what I can do to advocate for that.
This is fantastic. So do you need a motion?
We do. Do we have any? We don't have any public comment, correct, Maria? Okay.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to working with you all.
Thank you for your partnership. Really excited.
Okay, our next amendment take us to item 15C2, and that's going to be the emergency preparedness presentation.
Asan, I don't see Eric. Is he? Okay.
Oh, he might not have heard the amendment. That
Yeah.
was going to bring him up closer.
Why don't we go ahead and go to the IXL since we moved up IXL? Let's go
Okay.
ahead and do that.
So
we
our
can use
next
some time.
amendment will go to 14A6. and that is a presentation of IXL Learning Application.
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson. It's my pleasure to introduce Director of Secretary Deidre Menares to introduce this proposal for an elegant, unified solution to our intervention and supplemental curricular needs. Deidre.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless. Good evening, President Peterson, Vice President Forsythe, trustees, cabinet. Happy summer. And before I forget, I just want to point out that we have several VUSD teachers in the room on their summer. So I'd like to thank them for coming this evening during their summer break to support this presentation and to answer questions. IXL was a platform that we piloted this year in 6 schools that gained momentum throughout the school year, which you'll see me speak to. But those schools were Pacific High School, Data, Sunset, Lemon Grove, and Cabrillo. And we also had a small group at Foothill piloting it in special education. So a little bit of background about why we started investigating IXL among other tools was we hit a wall, so to speak, with HMH in the beginning of the school year, which is one of our publishers. They acquired NWEA, which is a publisher that owns MAP, which you heard a lot about this school year. And that impacted our intervention programs that use the Read 180 curriculum. Excuse me. Specifically, that impact was loss of a diagnostic tool that we use school-wide, district-wide in our 6 through 12 programs primarily. It was called the Reading Inventory. You might have heard it called the Scholastic Reading Inventory once upon a time. But that was an intervention diagnostic that we utilized for a lot of reasons. Reclassification of our English learners. We used it for SST meetings, IEPs. But it was retired, so to speak, by HMH once they acquired NWEA. And so as a result of retiring that platform, we had to use MAP, which was super convenient for our MAP schools who were already using it, Sunset specifically and Lemon Grove, but it was not exactly convenient or even understood by our non-MAP schools, mostly our comprehensive middle schools and our high schools. So I'd like to thank Sarah Gluck-Perez for really working with these publishers to figure a way forward for us at the last minute in August. And we were able to find some workarounds this year, but we will have to start using MAP specifically to access Read 180, which is our currently adopted curriculum. Some of the concerns that came up later in the fall and throughout the year is that our secondary intervention teachers, and specifically our teachers who were teaching our newcomer students, found MAP not to be very appropriate for their most at-promise students. And our high schools were also required to do the MAP testing 3 times a year just to access the Read 180 curriculum. So there's still some hiccups in the whole process that we're working towards. So that was the initial sort of impact. We, through this process, began to debrief and reflect more broadly on what VUSD needed for intervention. We've all, the whole Ed Services team, our TOSA teams, and this is including Dr. Molinar, in our TOSA meetings, we all discussed broadly the needs in our district regarding intervention. Elementary has done a lot of work over the last several years in intervention. I'll say 6 through 12 is a little bit behind, but we are working feverishly towards improving our intervention practices. And we all agreed K-12 were some of the things that we needed in an intervention tool had to have universal diagnostics K-12. In our dream world, we didn't want elementary doing this thing and then secondary doing this other thing if we could prevent that. We wanted prescriptive, personalized plans for students, mostly for our teachers to really understand where their students were. We needed a tool that would help us really see the different tiers and where our students land. without having to read a CASP report on every single student, in the fall. We wanted real-time progress monitoring, which, again, elementary is really getting proficient in, something secondary hasn't really done much of. But IXL, you'll see some of the comments later from our teachers about how that works. And we want to make our teachers' lives easier. And you'll hear this from our teachers later as well. The diverse set of skills in our classrooms, I mean, you'll see that a sixth grader doesn't learn the same as the sixth grader sitting next to them, does not come with the same skills as the sixth grader sitting next to them on the other side. So teachers have the very difficult job of teaching grade level content, but also differentiating for all the different skills. So we dreamt up what we wanted, and we added a few more big ticket needs. We wanted the universal K-12, which I mentioned. We also dreamt of having seamless integration with MAP and Canvas, our two other most used platforms. And we found something that did that. Language accessibility was a priority, not just for our ELD students, but also for our native speakers and dual language programs, which we have at our comprehensive middle schools and high schools. Progress monitoring, which I already mentioned. Exit pathways. Currently, students land in intervention, usually at the beginning of a semester, and they're stuck there for at least a semester, if not a year. It might be based on grades or something like that. But we needed a better way to see progress and give students an opportunity to get back into an elective class or another grade level appropriate class in middle school and high school. We wanted personalized learning plans and reports that were understandable, not just by the teacher, but also by our parents and families and guardians. And I believe one of our speakers will speak to that as well. And we wanted teachers to have a tool that would help them guide their lesson planning. And IXL does all of these things. So it quickly emerged in Ventura Unified as the most used app. We only really wanted to pilot it at 6 schools. We didn't broadly advertise it. It spread word of mouth to everybody, which all good things do, right? But it was the most comprehensive and customizable tool that we looked at, and we looked at several. And something to note about the other ones we looked at, IXL has the highest ESSA score. So it's scored a 1, which is the highest for evidence-based products, which is something we have to look at, especially if they're a Title I school. So IXL had the highest out of the ones that were listed there. It met the needs of all of our schools in different ways. So not every teacher used it the same way, not every school used it exactly the same way. And it grew support district-wide. We can change that. And 55% of our teachers ended up using, which seems in general kind of low, but I ask Thomas every month in technology which apps are leading the way. And Canvas was ahead for a while, but IXL surpassed it the last several months of the school year. And we attribute only 55 because we only intended 6 schools to pilot it. It spread word of mouth, so we added lots of trainings throughout the year, and we just didn't get it, to everybody as quickly as, the popularity grew. We wish we could have. But our pilot schools used it the most. Foothill is not listed on there, I'll just say, because it was only a small population of special education teachers that were using it. Can you go back one more time? I think this data picture is really important, and I want to thank Annie Buck for bringing this to our attention. So this is a map graph, if you recognize it. This is from 4th grade, and they had significant growth in comparison to some of the other grade levels on this particular assessment. And when Annie asked them what they did differently, and when Dr. Molinar asked them what they did differently, it was IXL was the really big difference between the different grade levels. All right, so I'd like to bring our teachers up here in a second, but I'm not going to read those quotes up there. But essentially, when we did the survey in May, which is a terrible time of the school year to give a survey to teachers. So thank you all for responding. Literally the worst time ever. The repeating phrases were the bullet points, easy to use for teachers and students. It was engaging, and you'll hear the word gamified later, I think, from somebody. It was standards aligned and goal driven. It was effective for small group instruction as well as whole group instruction, and also individual work as well. It supports phonics, vocabulary, and comprehension. It really supported literacy centers, math intervention, test prep, enrichment, and acceleration for students who were, we sometimes forget that the students who are on grade level get bored if they're held back too long. So this was an unintended, perk that we like, oh my gosh, this is a great tool for our students who want to excel and move forward. So at this time, I'm going to bring up, actually, I'm going to read Marie Faye. Marie Faye just got back from a cruise, and she asked me to just read this for her. She couldn't make it tonight, so I'll do my best Marie Faye impression. My name is Marie Faye Bowman, and I've been with VUSD since 2002. I've had the wonderful privilege of working with students K-8 since 1991. As VUSD's elementary ELA TOSA from 2012 to 2017, I was able to focus on supporting literacy instruction and learning success, as well as evaluating which digital tools supported these needs. As a learning platform, IXL allowed me the opportunity to assess my students' literacy skills and needs, while also providing the means to build individualized pathways for learning. The platform's diagnostic assessments provided important information regarding my students' needs, which was integral in planning effective instruction. Any diverse learning community has a wide range of teaching and learning tools. With IXL as one of those tools, almost 70% of my students scored a 3 or higher in this year's SBAC CASP tests. In addition to its academic contents and learning supports, IXL also provided unforeseen opportunities for social emotional growth. Students cheered each other on in group jams, which is something you'll hear about later as well. And students would say, "Bro, you got this." That's a direct quote I had to use. "Bro, you got this" was a frequent call out during our group jams. As friends, peers found certain lessons difficult, others would offer help, and "Bro, I got you" was another phrase heard in the middle school classroom. Lessons were challenging, and students had to persevere to reach mastery, but many who struggled found pride and satisfaction at the end when they saw the minutes committed to their learning. An unintended benefit of using IXL was that my students developed grit. Marie Faye, I'd like to thank you for your ongoing support of our teachers and students and their success, and she hopes that IXL continues to be a platform that supports all. So thank you, Marie Faye. If you're watching, I hope I did you proud. Dr. Amanda Lynch, can you please join us? Also from Data.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I get to teach next door to Ms. Bauman, so my students like to say, "Lock in." And wow, everything that she said, I totally agree with, and I'm really excited about the opportunity to have this program. I've been teaching for 30 years at Data, and I've never seen anything like this. It's really phenomenal. And I had it for 5 months, and we would do it 20 minutes every other day, and I'm excited to say that on average, my students went up 2 reading levels based on their diagnostic pre and post. And I was able to look at the test scores from the state test at the end. I don't know how valid they were. I don't know if they were preliminary, but half my students went up a band. I've never seen the value added like that before. So it's just so great. I hope we can keep it.
Thank you. Mike, yeah?
Good evening. Mike Kurtenstein here, almost qualified math teacher from Balboa Middle School for 30 years. I would be remiss if I did not share my opinion that I believe we should go back to Chromebook carts in the classroom so that technology can be used when it's deemed appropriate and or necessary. But having said that, technology did help me reach the needs of my students this year, who were evaluated anywhere between 3rd and 10th grade. Yes, that is correct. I had some 7th grade students in my class this year that were unable to do basic math skills of add, subtract, multiply, and divide. In the past, I would supplement with basic math skills worksheets, but this would be without value for my on or above grade level students. IXL tests students on their individual skills, diagnoses their weaknesses, and assigns problems to address and fill in those holes. This will be a great benefit for my below grade level students by giving them a low stress, non-public approach to improving their skills. My on grade level kids will strengthen their abilities, and my above grade level kids will not have to spend time waiting for others to catch up as they experience new material. I, as a new user, do need more training to better implement this program, but I believe IXL will be a very useful part in teaching to all levels moving forward. Thank you.
Jenny? Oh, no, Russell? Yeah. Come on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I went out of order. Sorry.
It's okay. It's because it was
I was going down.
It was in elementary, but then it was in middle school, and now it's back in elementary. I'm Rosalind Nicola. Hi, y'all. How are you doing? I just finished my 13th year teaching, my 10th year with VUSD. I'm happy to say I also just finished my first successful year as a 6th grade teacher. I usually teach K through 2, so it was a lot to get used to this year. If you've ever tried to teach language arts after lunch to 37 kids in 6th grade, there's a lot of talkies. So I found IXL to be very useful tool this year, and I taught all 4 subject areas. So I kind of got in there, and I was trying to figure out how to make sure that I didn't miss any of the standards, because there's so many different standards, and I had the 4 different content areas, and I was like, you know, what if I missed something, and I've never done state testing, and I was like, I've never seen it. So when I went in IXL, they have every standard listed in there, and you can gamify it. So again, if you have ever tried to teach 37 6th graders, you need to gamify everything. You need to engage them, you need to grab them, you need to make it exciting, you need to make it fun, and you also need to make it like meaningful, because if they are not bought in, they don't care. Right? So I gamified it. I figured out a way to make sure that everybody was locked in chat. And I saw such great success in all the areas. And that includes math and science and language arts. So I also found that for my students, there were students that were reading at a 2nd grade level in 6th grade. And nobody wants to stand out. So what's really nice is that you can assign those skills specifically, whether they're, you know, reading at 11th grade level or reading at 2nd grade level, and you can make sure that they can take the time to figure out and work on what they need to do without like standing out from their friends, because that's the worst for them, right? So now this year, I'm going to Loma Vista. It should be 4th and 5th grade, or 5th grade or 4th grade. I don't know. Either way, I'm really hopeful that I have this tool, because I'm going to be learning another new set of curriculum or curriculums, right, grade levels. And I want to make sure that I don't miss anything for my students, and that we can like lock in chat together. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Jenny Elliott, 3rd grade teacher at Mound Elementary School. This was my 3rd year teaching 3rd grade, and I'm still a little bit anxious about state testing. This is the 1st grade where kids experience the state test, and it's a big conversation point from the moment I meet them. And IXL was spread to me word of mouth. I'm normally the one who's on top of everything. I'm the tech support person on my campus, but I really hadn't understood, what is this IXL thing? It's a new button, and trying to figure it out, but I'll check into it. And they had something called the Arena. I cannot speak more about how phenomenal the Arena experience was for my students. They would step into the arena and they would become mathletes, or they would challenge themselves in language arts, and they would try to top their best score, always with a growth mindset. My classroom, we always talk about believing in the power of yet, but also knowing that whatever mistakes you make, that's just a process in trying, and knowing that you're going to get there at some point, at some time. What the kids ended up doing was they asked me to develop a tracker for them. They constantly wanted to know, did I level up? Did I level up? And it was great because it would tell them in each domain in math, in each domain in English language arts, how they were doing. And so they could see, this is an area I'm not doing as well in. I need to put a little bit more effort into this. And so that's where the student agency came in that I couldn't speak more enough of. When they entered the arena, they could choose, did they want to work on math or did they want to work on English language arts? Yes, of course, there were times I would tell them you're doing one or the other. But once they got in, then they could choose, as the questions showed up on their screen, do you feel like answering this question or that question? And even default to, I can't do either of those, so I need to do something else instead. And being able to be honest with a computer program that normally can help completely tear down a child. When you put these tests in front of these kids, the MAP tests, all these different evaluations, and they're looking at that screen going, I don't know. And you just kind of go, you got to put something, buddy, right? This software met them where they were at, gave them a feeling of validity where they were at, and challenged and supported them to get to the next level. I had kids telling their parents about it at home, parents asking me how could they access it at home, kids excited for when they got their next challenge to get into the arena. I really, really hope that we will continue to have this next year. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Diana Bullard, and I am the reading intervention teacher at Atlas School, Atlas Elementary. And I work with the 1st through 5th graders. And I'd just like to take a brief moment to talk about how IXL was integrated into our reading intervention class. As a reading intervention teacher, we utilize CRLP assessments. We receive a great deal of data that pinpoints specific areas where students really need support in. And as we begin each reading intervention session, I have information about which letters, which sounds, which digraphs that the younger elementary students really need to master. I was able to easily assign lessons in phonics decoding sight words. In the mid and upper elementary, so the 3rd through 5th, I assigned lessons on vocabulary reading strategies and reading comprehension. So the personalized practice IXL provided really helped me meet the needs of students exactly where they were. It adapted in real time, offering support based on student performance. This meant that each student got exactly what they needed. The lessons were very interactive and enjoyable for students. We first practiced the specific lessons together on the Promethean boards, and honestly, like everyone else has said, the students viewed them as a game. They were able to complete the lessons on their own time, so usually in the classroom. So I would be the one that would assign them the lessons. They would do that usually in class and sometimes at home. At the end of the school year, I created a parent letter in both English and Spanish with information about IXL, how to log in. I included their individual student logins. And so far, each week, I've been receiving a summarizing email from IXL with information on the lessons that students are now completing over the summer. IXL provides powerful data. We can quickly see which skills students have mastered, where they're struggling, and this helps us plan small group lessons and provide targeted support. In short, IXL was not just a practice tool, it's a powerful partner in helping our students develop needed literacy skills, and I am hopeful that IXL will continue to be a learning program in our district. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jared Honda. I'm a math teacher at Ventura High School. I used IXL a lot last year, specifically for CASP review for my juniors. It was a great way to pull on by standard. I could literally go on by standard and pick out activities. It met the students where they were at. So like all the teachers were saying, especially at the high school level, if they got a question right, it moved up to a higher level. If they got it wrong, it kept them where they're at, and it gave them step-by-step solutions. They could also listen to it in their native language, especially our Spanish population. They could listen to it in Spanish, and they could listen to it in English. So it's for auditory as well. So it hits all those subjects. Great review material. They have a review Jeopardy that's hands-on, very hands-on. I was able to use in my classroom specifically. Mr. Billard, our main teacher at Ventura, our math lead, he created CFAs, so that way all of us could use those CFAs, and so we could stay aligned as a math department within there. And it gave great feedback to not only the teacher, but to the whole math department in general. So I really love using it to supplement it. I could look it up by curriculum, I could look it up by standard, and especially as a football coach, I'm also coaching football at Ventura. It makes it easy for me to plan it, also easy to me to assess students, because it gives me how long they spend on each assignment, their SMART score, so I could tell, oh, this student took 40 minutes, they need more help. This student took 20, they could pass on and give them another activity. Out of all this stuff we use here at Ventura Unified, I believe IXL was most beneficial for me as a teacher. Thank you.
Hello, how are you? I'm Shelly Harder, and I'm going to be Shelly Harder last. I will be Preston Biller first, and then Adam Farmer after, and then I will become myself again. So imagine me taller for being Preston Biller. He is away on vacation. So Preston would like you to know that it aligns with the curriculum. It's easy to assign homework assignments. It's also a little bit harder to cheat with IXL. So the students are they're doing it themselves. It's less likely for them to be able to get an answer, even though I can imagine those smarties could figure it out. It's easy to make an assessment and share with others, built-in CASP review and other tests, review activities to get the whole class involved, which you heard about the arena. Great collaboration for making and sharing CFAs. Love the stats on student work and built-in review of old content you need to know. All but about 2 to 3 math teachers at Ventura High School are already using it. Not so much for Buena, but we can talk about that later. Students are less likely to cheat. There you go. And now that was the end of Biller. Please imagine me even taller. And Adam Farmer over at De Anza. Adam teaches 6th grade math and the acceleration class over there. Farmer says it builds on basic skills, which is very important. It gives immediate feedback. The diagnostic shows where the student is and is able to target specific needs of students and then to build on those skills. It has a live classroom where the teacher can see where the students are struggling and doing well in real time. Here's a direct quote. IXL is a game changer for my middle school gen ed math students at De Anza. It provided immediate and personalized feedback that boosted and encouraged engagement. It helped to close those gaps faster than any other tool I've used. Quote 2, instructional value. As a teacher, IXL gave me real-time data that I could act on. It allowed me to target instruction, assign meaningful practice, and track progress with clarity. I'd strongly support continuing its use district-wide. It is a rich resource that I quickly built into the foundation of my classroom. One of the things that he said to me personally was this. With having the gen ed students at De Anza, he was finding that because it closed the gap so quickly, students actually went home and practiced so they could get better for in-class assignments. And he is also able to use this tool in small groups so he can help specific groups if they want to link up. And then he goes around and instructs them in an individual manner as well. As Shelly Harder, now that I'm shorter, I've actually used IXL in previous districts. I used it in a 2-room school classroom when I had like multiple levels. But I did, because of the update that this recently came to me as, the universal tool is amazing. It pinpoints students exactly where we are. And one of my examples was this. I had a student that they had questions about math score. And I said, just use a diagnostic tool. And the counselor was like, what do you mean? And I'm like, look, get a bunch of kids together and let's take a look at what this has got going on. We did a whole test. It took a few minutes. We went in and I actually had real data where these kids were, what month. And then when you sectioned it out, I found that this specific student was really high when I looked at all of his past scores, but when he was struggling when he hit 6th grade, because it was 6th grade, and he was really high, 7th grade level in expressions and equations, but was really low with ratios. And so I was able to pinpoint, I said, if he just gets extra support, we will have the student back on track. He was only in 5th grade in these ratios and fractions, but he could be well back to 7th grade as a 6th grader. So thank you.
All right, I'm Annie Buck. I'm the TK5 TOSA, and during our grade level collaboratives this year, IXL would often come up, and it was definitely spread like wildfire. It would start, teachers would help kind of train each other. They'd ask me, we set up trainings at their schools, and it just continued to grow and grow. The group I noticed it grew the most with was our combination teachers. It was something that they could give. If they were a 4-5 combo, the fourth graders could work on skills. There was accountability. Teachers knew it was useful while they were hitting fifth grade standards with their fifth grade students. So it was something that was able to grow their learning and keep them on track. So they appreciated that. From my standpoint, what was great with MAP integration, I just downloaded a CVS file, gave it to them within 15 minutes. It was uploaded, and students could either go into their arena or there was a MAP growth plan targeted for them. So they could go into either one and to help with all of those scores. The other thing that came out of that we didn't realize was the parent reports. And printing out the parent reports from IXL were incredibly clear. Parents could see what grade level, what standards were missing instead of having to look at a RIT score or this band. It provided a lot more clarity on what students needed and how the parents could help at home. So with that, I really hope we can have it again. Thank you.
Thank you again to all of our teachers who gave up a couple of hours of their summer evening to be here. Thank you so much. All right.
And I would just add, before anybody leaves, your lucky door prize tonight is I cleaned my avocado tree. There's a big bag of avocados, so take home avocados tonight. See, you showed up and you got prizes.
So I don't need to read all these bullet points. I think you heard most of these from the teachers, but we did observe significant success at each grade level across school sites this school year using IXL. It expanded beyond the pilot schools. So our vision is to continue with IXL, get more training for all teachers at all school sites, and, focus K-5, English, Math, Science, and Spanish, 6 through 8, English, Math, Science, Spanish, and then high school, the program comes with history as well. We envision a minimum of 2 times a year of diagnostics, although IXL will let us do up to 5 per year, but we think a fall and a spring is appropriate. We will work with teachers on how to differentiate using the platform for individual, small group, and whole group lessons. We will work with teachers and school sites on their progress monitoring practices. ELOP wasn't brought up, but they are contributing as well, specifically for middle school is where they're going to look at using it first. And then we will also look at it as a tool for acceleration. Oh, right there. So we do plan on, again, continuing professional learning. Our TOSAs will be doing a lot of that work. We will set some clear expectation and guidelines on how to use the application. And how not to use it. We will provide board updates as requested and reports. Continue with our progress monitoring improvements. We'll be using hopefully a little more data with our PLCs. All of our secondary schools are working towards establishing stronger PLC practices, and we would love to bring in some of our model teachers and classrooms using this platform. And Greg.
As indicated in the brief statement about this item, this does not represent an incursion on the general funding. We're really pleased to be able to say that, and I think it does that for 2 reasons primarily. First, we have an assortment of platforms that we use in elementary, and that's been one of the challenges in elementary. We've not had one singular thing that does the job of progress monitoring and in Spanish, and diagnostic, and actionable data, and integrated with math. We've had a portfolio of products. The problem in secondary is that we've not ever had a unified, singular intervention curriculum. Intervention can be a little bit more difficult in secondary. So this really is that elegant solution, and it also eliminates all these various platforms that in part do a little bit of the job, but not all of it. So what you see here is the cost. It's significant. That's why we spent so much time, and thank you for the time and hearing the presentation, because we do recognize the budget environment that we're in, of course. But given the elimination of all the platforms that can be made starting July 1, not renewing for next year, and some additional platforms, our full review of everything. We can't say that that third row, it's an automatic replacement for IXL. There are some things that IXL replaces. There are some things that we just found that we don't need anymore, period, end of sentence. But we're including that in there because that review was brought on by the IXL analysis. And then sites, given the overwhelming support from teachers, as you heard here, sites have volunteered to contribute their small portions of their restricted lottery funds, which can only be used on curriculum. That's a restricted categorical fund that's distributed to sites. So here's my used car salesman work. It pays for itself. It saves money, doesn't cost money. But really, this is what it amounts to. So like AI, I presented it a few months ago. I was a little bit skeptical when this was brought to me, but to bookend this, I've just been incredibly pleased and surprised with what Deidre and Sol and the team have found in this product. It really is a tremendously effective and elegant singular solution to something that we've been missing in this district for a long time. So thank you for your consideration. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, I'll see if we have any questions, but I can tell you I've never been part of a teacher prep rally for a program before. So that was really interesting. I was pumped up. I thought we was recruiting somebody or something. So Jerry, you have any questions?
Yes, I'm just wondering, what are some of those programs you're going to be eliminating?
Thank you for the question. I don't know as much about the elementary ones, so if you have more questions about those specifically, I'll bring up Annie. MobiMax was the largest one. And MobiMax has been used K-8 mostly. You could actually use it in 9th grade. I actually had to use it at Pacific sometimes. But that was one of the bigger platforms at about $60,000. The other one's ESGI, and I don't know what that stands for exactly, but that is an elementary program. A portion of that program won't be necessary for the upper elementaries because IXL is a direct replacement. Is that handout?
I have the list, actually.
Okay, do you have it in front
Alex,
of you? Yeah, Alex is a math, thank you.
MobiMax,
Mhm.
Dynamite Decodables,
Mhm.
ECGI, Edgenuity Reduction, Gale, and my 10-year plan.
I'll also offer Dr. Dannenberg that it has the ability to potentially also eliminate another significant contract that we have for a student assessment system that we use for creating formative assessments. And you heard Jared specifically talk about how the math lead at Ventura High School is using IXL to create CFAs, common formative assessments that unify departments and guide instruction and create PLCs, professional learning communities, whereby you can come together and look at everyone took the same test. We're grading each other's tests. We're talking about best practices. We're looking at the results. So we think that actually in the future it could even save us more money by being able to eliminate that student assessment system.
And what work have we done with the teachers using those platforms we're eliminating so they're comfortable that this will meet their needs?
Maybe Annie, or you would like to speak to that?
I don't know if I can
put
speak
you on the
to
spot.
ESGI. So IXL training has been a primary, ad for the schools and word of mouth, but I'll let Annie talk about.
We started with our pilot schools, and then we did more trainings with different sites and working on that. And so MobiMax is, I think, one of our biggest ones that will change over, and that was done mid-year. Most teachers, there were a couple first, second grade teachers that just stuck because the kids knew it, and they'll in the fall are hoping to do IXL instead. So it's been going through, especially in the grade level collaboratives.
Sorry, was that transition only at the
Oh, sorry.
at the pilot schools?
So
That
the pilot
transition,
schools
you
is where
said-
it started, and then it just spread to the others. So that's the majority of all the schools.
No, I meant the MobiMax transition, where people were transitioning away from MobiMax to
That's
all schools.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, MobiMax was the big one. It's in comparison is very antiquated. In fact, I had some side conversations with the very antiquated. Alex. Yes. Alex is a math, secondary math program that's IXL will directly replace. IXL has the benefit of using our district adopted a curriculum as well. So that's a bonus that Alex and MobiMax, those other platforms don't have.
I also just want to direct everyone's attention to the slide too, 9 through 12, having the, and 6 through 8 and K-5, all grade levels getting the science support. As you know, science is now on our dashboard. It's not that it's been off our radar necessarily, but it's certainly something that we need to develop better tools for all the things we've talked about, progress monitoring, intervention, and what Mr. Hertenstein talked about, getting a wide band of performance levels in your room and finding ways to meet all of their needs. So.
Well, I'd like to start by saying I bought my shoes with girl math, and now I hear associate superintendent math in order to make this work. So I'm relating. My question is the time commitment daily. I heard one of our teachers say that they do it about 20 minutes every other day. And I was wondering, is there a general guideline for different, like primary, secondary, how often they'll be using it in class?
I can talk broadly. According to IXL's research, 30 questions a week is enough to see an increase in proficiency, skill proficiency, so 30 questions a week. But and that breaks down to about 10 to 15 minutes a week minimum. So it could be as little as 15 minutes a week, but if you do more, you can. But we wouldn't want it to replace teacher instruction entirely, of course. It's a supplement. It has a strict purpose, so it's just that, a supplement. 15 to 30 minutes a week, either inside the classroom as an individual, small group, or large group, as well as anything students choose to do at home or teachers assign for home.
That's very reasonable. A lot of times we get a new program that comes through, and it's like, okay, carve out half an hour out of your 45 minutes in order to squeeze it in, and that seems like a very reasonable amount.
And some of our schools are on block schedules, and that was something that came up in conversations, is what a great tool for our those big chunks of time to help our teachers plan their lesson planning.
So first, I just wanted to say, if you want to get something past the board, bring like the teacher dream team, right? Because you brought some real rock stars with you. So thank you all for taking time out of your summer, and especially for the almost fully qualified math teacher. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the reminder. So I had a similar question to Jerry's about which things we're eliminating, but then the other question I had is, anytime we adopt something new, there's some time for folks to, learn how to use it, feel comfortable using it. What's that time commitment look like in terms of training or support before people felt comfortable like they could move forward with it?
In elementary, it was a 1-hour webinar that we had someone online and someone in-house, and we did that. And that got them off the ground going. It took a little bit longer, and some specifics for jam boards, for some of the other extra features. So I would see that next year we would have the initial trainings plus these extra trainings. So about 2 hours, yeah.
Because, the folks that are here are all pretty tech savvy, right, and comfortable using new technology. That isn't true for all of our folks, right?
Yes. It's very do-it-yourself friendly, and once the teachers get on through ClassLink, the kids know what to do. It just guides them straight through. Mm-hmm.
And then the other question I had for Greg, so this is a 1-year contract? And what will we use to assess it at the end of the school year?
Well, I think given the integrated nature with MAP, given its test prep, I think that we should be able to see direct value add on our standard progress monitoring, screener, and assessments in-house.
So, so this would come back to us next May/June for.
It would be around this exact
yeah,
time,
potential.
late May, June, yes.
So can I just request, President Peterson, that we add, again, looking at that metric for a May/June meeting, because I think we want to get better at this, right? Like, we're trying to be better as a district at making sure that as we adopt things, we're measuring their impacts.
Value-added review of the program.
So, and then just a side thing, I mean, it seems like, it pencils out, but partly because we're having sites voluntold to contribute to that. Right. So, I mean, I think it sounds like a worthwhile investment, even if it were costing us the $300,000. It sounds like it really is something that people are excited about, that makes a difference for kids. I was just curious about that $100,000 donation.
Go
I
ahead, Deidre.
So statistically, and I think Joey might be able to back me up on this, the restricted lottery money is not always the first money to be spent on our school sites. It's actually really hard to spend in a lot of ways because it's so restricted. So there's a lot of leftover money that is sometimes being spent not as wisely at the end of the school year. So this is a way they can use it more strategically and intentionally.
And my understanding was that it was not a voluntold situation, but Deidre, correct me if I'm wrong.
They were invited to consider it.
They were invited to consider it, and
based on the usage and again, we are a small to medium-sized district. Our teachers know each other very well. They see each other often. Word traveled fast about how this supported teachers in the classroom and immediate success for a lot of our students.
I don't have really any questions. My school in Oxnard, they use IXL, and it's just a great program. I mean, the kids love it. And just to piggyback on what you all said, the games are so addictive. I mean, they would be playing the game. I'm like, are you off task? And he's like, just playing, the arena game. It's a great hook. It's a great tool. I'm all for it.
Thank you.
I was just wondering, did we use any parents to use the parent programs at all, or was this all just teacher-driven? Or did we use any parents to pull the reports?
No, I do believe some of the TOSA spoke about some of the parent engagement that occurred.
Yeah, and conferences, right?
It was that teachers pulled them for conferences, or they were asked for additional information. They pulled them to help explain some of the map data or other things they were seeing on the report cards. So it wasn't parents going and pulling them, but teachers providing them. Mm-hmm.
All right, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson. Thank you.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And thanks again for being here during the summer. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you all. And board, as we transition to the next group, which is a conference item, we won't be expecting action. It'll be our school safety presentation. I just want to thank you because over the years we are still wrestling with what are like a decentralized and what's centralized. This is one of those natural solutions that creates both. I want to thank the teachers for the energy that they've created.
Take some avocados. Seriously, they're under the side table.
There's a critical point when we look at collective efficacy, when you have a lot of teachers feeling an energy around something. We talked a lot about math, and I just want to point out one thing. And there was another study, we've seen study after study come out about when students identify themselves as being capable of being a math, quote unquote, math person. What I loved about all of the things that I heard is that you have students potentially seeing themselves as math kids or math people. And that in the research is invaluable for them to see themselves as mathematicians. And so thank you for highlighting that, and thank you for all the work that you put into this and working together. It's very exciting.
Okay, next we're going to jump to 15C2, which is our emergency preparedness presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Eric Reynolds. Good evening, board, Dr. Castro, staff. I'm going to apologize in advance. I have a bit of a sore knee, so I might take a seat here for part of the presentation. And I'm going to apologize to Sergeant Munger, who I sprinted down here as quickly as I could, but with a sore knee, I didn't make it in time. So you get to stay for one more presentation. Okay, so I was, what was the terminology you used, Greg? Had the opportunity to volunteer for this presentation.
So
but
this is definitely voluntold. Yeah.
Yes.
Voluntold for sure.
Yeah, I was invited to consider presenting the slides this evening. But we have a lot of staff here, and I'm sure there'll be some questions afterwards, including maybe for Sergeant Munger, who is the supervisor for our SROs. So thanks again for being here. So next slide, please, or first slide. No, I'm going to have you. Okay, so we did this presentation maybe about a year and a half ago. We have changed a few things, and I know there's some new board members, but basically the school safety or emergency preparedness begins with our comprehensive school site safety plans, and Maria's department, the Student Support Services, works with a vendor and all our sites to do these. They are updated annually. It's a strategic safety plan. They contain all the components as dictated by the Ed Code. Within the safety plan is a section with all our emergency action plans, including evacuation, earthquake, lockdowns, and other types of natural disasters. They have scripts for principal notifications for emergency communication, and they are collaboratively developed with staff, site staff, school site councils at all our sites, with law enforcement and the fire department. The law enforcement, VPD and the Ventura Fire Department comes here to our office annually to sign off on our plans, and they do make recommendations every year, right? Okay. At all of our sites, we have earthquake, fire, and lockdown drills. They're practiced throughout the year. Their schedule is dictated by the Ed Code. Elementaries have to do more, for instance, evacuations than middle and high schools. Each site has a designated command center, and each site has emergency flip charts in every classroom. One of the things that didn't make this slide is each site also has emergency preparedness supplies, and we're working on that to make sure everybody's updated on those and current. Okay. At the ESC, we also have our own procedures here for earthquake, evacuation, and lockdown. Now that we have a lockable front door, I'm working with facilities. We may be doing some changes to our lockdown procedures. The door is not locked normally during the day, but we have made some additional security measures in place here. We do these drills annually. We have a district phone tree. That's an internal protocol. When we have site issues, that's how we all notify each other to let everybody know what's going on. And we have an emergency handbook with all these protocols, and my department updates that every year for the people here at the ESC who have the handbooks. With regards to our sites, all of our sites have a combination of communication systems. They have some have intercoms, not all have intercoms. Some intercoms work a little bit better than others, depending on the age of the system in the school. We all have our phone system and all have walkie-talkies, and we have invested a significant amount of money into walkie-talkies over the last few years. And I'm working with several sites now to look at their walkie-talkies to see if maybe there's something that we can do to improve communications and or get them additional walkie-talkies. Our emergency notifications can be handled by staff or from the district office. And of course, I'm sure all of you are aware and familiar with Parent Square, and of course, all staff is on Outlook email. So I know that in closed session, you guys had a chance to speak with Sergeant Munger. As you know, we have 3 SROs. They help with all sorts of student issues, and Maria with Student Support Services is liaison for VUSD to the Ventura Police Department. We have our lockdown communication protocols in other emergency situations, and the VPD actually goes to the sites with us when we have our lockdown drills. They observe the drills, take notes, And after the drills, they meet with Maria or her department or myself if I'm there, and the principal, and do a debrief on how did we do, can we do better next time, what do we need to work on, those type of things. And then, of course, Dr. Castro is in direct contact with the police chief, the fire chief, and, of course, the city manager. Okay, I feel, and I think we all feel, we have some great partnerships here in the city, particularly starting with the VPD. So we have 2 school law partnerships annually with the PD, and all the principals attend that. VPD has provided active assailant training for all VUSD staff in the past. Maria and I and Dr. Bayless and a couple others have attended the VCOE school safety seminar series for the last 3 years. And then we bring back what we've learned here. VCOE also has threat assessment training, and many VUSD employees have gone to that. And VPD works with us, and they actually do practice drills at our school sites. And they're going to be doing it here at the ESC this year, but they've used Anacapa, and they've used other school sites as well. It's really good for them to be familiar with our sites, but also just to know what classrooms look like, you know, those type of things. After the recent emergency situations we've had, we've even been in closer communication with VPD. They do have our school site maps. They have keys. We have their contact information. They have our contact information. Something that people probably don't think of all the time, but my department and facilities works with Ventura County. We have all sorts of requirements with regards to hazardous waste. And of course, if there's a hazardous waste spill, that's a big emergency situation too. So there's all sorts of requirements that we do in that arena as well. I know Ryan's going to give a bond presentation later, or at least it's on the agenda, but we I know we're investing considerable money in improving our camera systems, our intercom systems, but also our fencing around our school sites. We're really looking to control access to a lot of our school sites that are not fully fenced right now, especially during the day when our students are there. Okay, so good, covered all. Okay, so just in summary, I know that Dr. Castro likes to say, and I certainly believe that basically everybody has a role to play in emergency preparedness and school safety. I feel that we're very fortunate here in the city of Ventura. We have some excellent agency contacts, connections, and relationships. A lot of those relationships have been developed over the years. I know all of our SROs either have students at VUSD school sites or have had students at VUSD school sites. So they're not there just for their job. They're there because they care about our schools. And then really important, and we do this really all the time, but I think we're really active in this right now based on a couple of recent events. We've had some internal meetings. I know we're going to have some more internal meetings. We want to revisit. We want to revise. We want to make sure our plans that are in place now are good to go. And if they need to be revised, great. Happy to do that. Happy to listen to ideas to make things better. And then if they are revised, of course, we've got to let everybody know what those revisions are, and we've got to rehearse that. I think that's it, yeah? Okay, questions? And when you ask, I might call somebody else up or defer to Marianne on communications, Dr. Casper, Dr. Bayless on whoever is appropriate.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is regarding the training that is going to be taking place at sites. One of my concerns is because of the reduction in force, we have had a lot of, specifically our classified employees who will be on new campuses, and I was wondering the extent to which there will be training at the beginning of the year in order to make sure that all of our adults on the campus understand what their role is during a safety emergency.
Sure, you bet. So training is a super broad topic, right? So we have training on all sorts of things, all the things that we discussed in the presentation. Earthquake, lockdowns, evacuations. I probably think you may be referring to maybe active assailant training.
Well, kind of all of it. I mean,
Okay.
even in the case of an earthquake, for example, if you're
Mhm.
new to the campus, you don't necessarily know, which field are you going to be evacuating to and things like that. But definitely as far as, an active assailant training, that would be something important
Sure.
too.
So with our earthquakes drills and evacuation drills, they are both required to be held within the first, I think, 4 to 6 weeks of school. So I know that principals at site meetings, at school site meetings, discuss all of these things and go over them. I mentioned the flip charts. Those are an emergency flip chart that has the protocol for every type of a situation in each classroom. And then with regards to active assailant training, we have had that with the VPD many times with all of our employees, but I'm sure if we need to schedule that again, they've always been very receptive to having that for all of our employees. We have, the VPD is fantastic. They're super happy to work with us. It's really hard to get to like 30 sites, including facilities, Crooked Palm, all within a short period of time. So we have in the past made use of some Zoom active assailant training, and I think it's been pretty effective. That might be something we might want to consider. And if sites wanted additional training or additional in-person training, I'm sure we could work that out as well. Maria?
And I just wanted to add that in terms of our classified employees, we do provide training at the beginning of the school year. So we do that with classified, and with the administrators, we provide that training, and then they can have those follow-up meetings with their staffs.
Thank you. And I would just encourage any staff members, if you have questions about the security plan at your school, please ask your administrators, because we're all in it for the safety of the kids, and I would just encourage you. And if you have a question that they can't answer, it will be bumped up the chain, and we will get you an answer. We want to make sure everyone feels safe on our campuses, and that you all understand the role you play in case of an emergency.
A couple of things. First, I just wanted to say thank you for really expanding and deepening our relationships with our partners when it comes to student and staff safety, because I feel like over the last, really probably since right around COVID, our relationships with our community partners has really deepened, and that communication is so much better now, in part because we had to be, right? Like we had to do that during COVID, but I feel like it's continued now around these other shared areas of interest.
Thank you. I really want to give Dr. Castro some props for that. I know he's reached out quite a bit, and of course Maria with the VPD, so that's really been a team effort, but thank you for acknowledging that.
Yeah, and also to Sergeant Munger, I mean, I already shared this with him, but our SROs are top notch. They are, as you said, incredible human beings. They love being around our kids. They're great role models. They're not threatening presences on our campuses. They are definitely people who love being around kids and really want to foster good relationships and add security, right? So they are, for all of us, a real win-win. And I think it was 2019, 2020, there was a kind of big sort of national conversation around SROs. And one of the things I was really grateful for is we did not really have a big conversation here, because people know who our SROs are. They know the value they add to our schools. And I had dozens and dozens of comments from families saying, I really appreciate the security they provide. And I know them personally, they're great with my kid. So I just wanted, it's also because that contract's on our agenda tonight, so I figured it's important to just let people know it is something we pay for in partnership with the city, but very, in my opinion, money well spent. We did talk earlier about improving our access control, so I appreciated that you brought that up. And I know Ryan's going to be talking later, and that is something that I think the board really needs to redouble our efforts around, making sure that all of our campuses are safe. And then lastly, I just want to second what Shannon said about, with all the shuffling, we have people who will be at sites they've never been at, right? And so we really want to make sure that there is some intentional outreach to make sure that people feel comfortable with what the protocols are now on their new campus, right? We just want to make sure that in that transition, people who have been at a site for 10 years and felt really comfortable with what that process was aren't now in a place where they feel unsafe on a campus. So,
Andrea and I present training for over 200 classified employees after Celebrate on August 12th. I'll specifically mention that to all those people there at the day.
I don't have any real questions. I just want to, thank you, thank your team, thank Ventura Police Department, and also Dr. Castro. I think during those 2 instances at Ventura High, y'all met and exceeded expectations with that. It was the communication was great. Just the responsiveness. It was a really cool thing to see. So thank you guys.
Yes, all my questions got answered in closed session, but I just want to thank publicly the collaborative effort that we're doing with our police department. We really appreciate the togetherness and the partnership that we've created.
So again, I know Sergeant Munger, you stayed a little bit later. Thank you for being here just to hear the comments. I think it's really important. We haven't talked a lot about the affected staff. We were just talking about the training for classified staff. I also want to note that in our feedback loop, there were members of affected staff members during these events that also provided some insight in terms of how we could respond. And I just want to thank them for the open communication, our site leaders, and obviously everyone that we work with. And Eric, thank you for leading these efforts.
oh, one other thing. Since I know that Jamie's retiring and we have a new SRO, is there a plan to bring that person to a board meeting so we can meet them?
I didn't know. I don't think there's one in place now, but it certainly can be. As you know, we worked actually with the school. Maria was actually involved in the interview process for our new selection. Those selections are a very, very important priority for our chief of police, particularly because we want to maintain this relationship, and we know that the dynamic of a school resource officer is a particularly unique kind of police officer, and you have to get a person at the right point in their career to do that. So we included Maria in that selection process. We had an interview process. The person that we picked, Jaime Uribe, he's going to actually start. He's going to have some overlap time where we're going to have him work with Matt because we're going to shuffle the schools that they're at. But we think that Jaime first of all, he's a remarkable human being, but he's also very, very, very interested in making sure our community is wonderful. So we'll try and get him here to meet all of you at some point.
I think it'd be great to bring all three, but
okay.
yes, specifically to introduce him.
Well,
I'm sad that we didn't get to honor Jamie, honestly, before he retired because he really has had a huge impact. But I think it would be great to present him to the community if we have that opportunity.
We can try and get him here. He's not gone. Well, he's actually retiring, but maybe we'll make him come back. Thank you so much.
All good? Okay, I just wanted to publicly thank facilities. A couple of them were able to attend tonight in case there were any facilities questions from you all. I know they're super bummed they didn't have to get up here to answer any questions. But we know with new projects going on, Ryan and Bond is working on a lot of that, but with our existing schools, when there's safety issues, when people want things done, it falls on facilities. So I wanted to acknowledge their presence.
Mark, it's good you're here because we might need to adjust the thermostat again.
Okay, since we've been jumping around, I just want to let everybody know where we are. We're going to go back to 14A1, and what we'll do is we'll take 14A1, 2, and 3, and then we'll take our 10-minute break. So now we are on request for consideration for new course.
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson. These next two items are similar in that they're brand new AP courses available to all of our high school campuses, but specifically initiated by Buena High School as they seek to get more students earlier. Well, first, more students into the AP coursework, and that's something that's a district initiative broadly for us, getting all of our students groups better represented in AP coursework. These two that you'll see in this item and the following item are more accessible, early in the grade span, entry-level AP courses that are designed to do just that. Less intimidating, certainly when compared to something like AP Physics or AP Calc BC, but they are courses that can build confidence in students and preparedness for those additional AP courses later on. So I appreciate the initiative of Buena High School trying to broaden their course of study and broaden their offerings and really make a specific, unique offering that no other sites have. Although all sites can adopt these courses, Buena High School is trying to do something very admirable and specific here. So this item is for AP Seminar. It's typically taught in the 10th grade year. It's an English core course. So it can offer AP credit for a 10th grader that normally would not get credit for an honors English class. And it does all the things that would prepare students for success later on in many AP courses, specifically in English, but also the availability of adding another what's called the AP Research. It's a capstone. It's sort of College Board's answer to International Baccalaureate kinds of programming that has a kind of a capstone theory of knowledge research project at the end of students' 4 years. So very pleased to bring these to you for consideration.
Okay, any questions for the first one, the language and AP literature?
No question. Just like to thank staff for continuing looking for opportunities to broaden our students.
I just wanted to clarify, so if we approve this course this evening, it will be available for our students at Buena this fall, is that correct?
That's correct, yes. And it was offered in the course requests earlier as an attempt to see if there was interest in it. So we did that first. I know that might be viewed as, well, shouldn't we get it adopted first? But we don't want to bring a course to you that it's not a viable course in terms of student course requests.
College Board's website has a ton of great information about this course, and it just looks like such a great entry-level course for students to feel confident, to develop some really good research skills and some good writing skills. I think it's fantastic. But I heard you say it will be offered at Buena, but not at any of our other schools this year?
Not for the coming year, no. So it's certainly something that can be offered. We would encourage it be offered for the same reason. All of our schools are working towards increasing proportionality and representation in AP coursework. And again, this course in particular, I think, is by the numbers the fastest growing AP course nationally for that very reason. And just as a little side note, one of the things it does that we are trying to always do with our English coursework is it's broader than just literature, just fiction. So it's personal experience, it's informational, it's research, it's current events, and I think that that's something that we know has a broader appeal than the traditional sort of fiction literature canon. So again, to Dr. Dannenberg's point, I'm really grateful that Buena High School is taking the lead, and it can be offered in other schools, and we would encourage it.
Do we support the fees for taking these kind of AP tests?
Yes, we do. It's written into our LCAP for students who have need.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this. My question was, can we expand this to other high schools? And it seems like we could later on.
Yes, we could.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion on the first one.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next one would be the AP Human Geography.
Yes, thank you once again. Everything that I just said applies. AP Human Geography, even more so given that it's traditionally a 9th grade course. And so it is one of the most early accessible courses in AP's portfolio and College Board's AP portfolio offered for 9th graders. Very accessible, very relevant, a lot of current events, a lot of learning about the world that prepares them for success in history courses, AP European History, AP US History, and beyond. So excited to bring you, I think, the first truly freshman AP course in our district.
And which schools will this be offered at?
This is also Buena High School for this next year.
Is there any way to offer this to staff to see if someone wanted to teach it at any of our other sites?
I'm sure that we can do that, and that's something, Deja, perhaps there are conversations happening that I'm not aware of, but
Yes, if this gets approved, we'll certainly talk to the other high schools about it. And there's also multi-site options depending on when it lands in the school day. We do that for other courses. CTE courses is one of the examples. Students could potentially fit it in their schedule and just take it at Buena, even though they're a Ventura or a Foothill student.
I was kind of even wondering for these two about Pacific, right? Like, because they are designed to be more accessible AP classes, and typically our students at Pacific don't have access to those things, right? But it would be really, now we have some VC classes being taught, right? At Pacific, it would be really, I think, neat to see us figure out a way to offer it to those students as well.
Agreed. Thank you.
I do have a question. It looks like we had we didn't approve the textbooks, but this one is separated for a textbook too. So this is the second one is a course, and the third one is the textbook.
Yeah. So
and then the first one it was
both
together.
of these are courses, and the AP Human Geography also has a specific textbook request. We anticipate some instructional materials needed for the first course, AP Seminar, but it doesn't have a traditional textbook per se.
But it says textbooks are, for the first one, it says textbooks cost $3,500, the same as the human.
That's correct. So we're right now on the books at Buena High School. We have one section, so roughly 35 students. And so we're guessing that's how much money we'll need for instructional materials. But we don't have a specific text to bring before you for adoption.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion if there's no more questions.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And then the last one before our break is this is the actual textbook, correct?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And now we'll take a 10-minute break to 8:01. Okay, we're back, and now we're on item number 4, which is proposal to restructure Ventura Adult and Continuing Education Diploma requirements. First read.
Thank you, President Peterson. It's my pleasure to welcome to the front Director Principal Dr. Scott McNutt and Assistant Principal Jeffrey Albaugh to present this item.
Thank you, Dr. Bailiff. Good evening, President Peterson, VUSD Board of Education, and district staff. As Dr. Bailiff said, I'm Scott McNutt, Director Principal at Ventura Adult and Continuing Education, and this is Mr. Jeffrey Albaugh alongside here, who is the Assistant Principal of the High School Diploma Program and High School Equivalency Program. Tonight, we're presenting a proposal to you regarding changing the graduation requirements at VACE, specifically by addressing the number of elective credits required. Our goal is to honor the time and energy of our adult students by delivering the most meaningful course of study possible. The high school graduation requirements at VACE, as they stand now, do not accomplish that goal. We have a proposal that keeps all the core academic credit requirements in place, adds 10 credits of specific coursework, and eliminates elective credits. Elective courses are undoubtedly a critical piece of the high school curriculum. Elective courses at the VUSD schools bring opportunities for skill development, creativity, joy, application of core knowledge and hands-on projects. And I've worked with many of these teachers in the district as an administrator and as a parent. I've been in their classrooms, seen what they do, and it's exceptional. My students have gone through these elective courses, and I've done my Christmas shopping at Winterfest at Data, and played the video game my son made on AP Computer Science, and ridden the skateboards from the woodshop at Cabrillo. So I know they are stellar. At VACE, we're not able to offer those type of electives. Instead, adult learners are required to power through a limited range of computer-based electives. And these adult ed electives do not serve the same purpose that the electives at the comprehensive sites do. We represent many stakeholders from VACE that would like to see action taken. We're hoping it'll go well, and that we'll start the process for what I believe is an overdue change at VACE. In this presentation, we'll show a comparison of our peer institutions in adult education, a side-by-side comparison of our proposal with the VUSD graduation requirements at the comprehensive high schools. We'll go over some student data from the last 2 years, and we'll show you the value added by making this change. Before we get into the substance of our brief presentation, I'd like to speak briefly about the VACE graduation ceremony at Ventura College this year. Those of you that were there likely remember our student speakers. They spoke of making their children and parents proud, of earning confidence in themselves, and moving on to new opportunities, both academic and in the world of work. If you were in the gym with all those graduates before the ceremony, you would have heard even more of those stories, and they were everywhere to be heard, and just so much excitement. And these stories come from people who had multiple reasons to give up on their education, but they didn't. So for us and for the teachers and the staff at VACE, that sense of accomplishment in our students, that excitement, that win is what it's all about for us. And we believe that we owe it to the adults in our community to remove barriers when we see them and keep VACE evolving in a way that is more meaningful and more in line with our peer institutions and best practices. This is a comparison of how VACE lines up with other adult education schools in Ventura County, LA County, and Santa Barbara. This information is not easy to find. We scoured the internet, we had to make a lot of phone calls, but you can see the majority of schools are well below 210. In Ventura County, it is Oxnard and VACE that are still at 210. The reason for this wide range of credits required is because it comes down to school boards and superintendents and adult education administrators to figure out the best fit for their adult population and set those standards. And a lot of times these kind of decisions you can ride the status quo for years and years without re-examining this. We feel it's time to re-examine it and to right-size the number of credits that we have required.
Can I ask you a question real quick? When you're going through and looking at all these different, districts, did you look at the graduation rate for them as well? It's like, did you do a comparison of, did it increase their graduation rate after?
Go ahead.
Good luck finding it.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, I figured.
really, really difficult data, and we did start looking at what graduations. I only have one, and that was from Santa Barbara City College from their graduation rate for 2024. They had 7 high school graduates. So who knows? It's a difficult piece to find.
And graduation rates for adult ed, it's very tricky because students, they come, they enroll, they make a lot of progress, and then life happens and we have to unenroll them, but they come back. So typically a graduate has been unenrolled and enrolled 5 times plus. So, and that can go over a span of years.
And I just see the disparity between the gap between 145 and us at 210. Is that just an elimination of classes? All the classes are still worth the same and it can be 145?
The state requirement is 130 credits.
Wow.
Yeah. So the state requirement takes out 1 year of English, 1 year of math, takes out the elective credits, and I believe takes out PE as well. So I spoke with the principal at Conejo, and he said that they went through this a few years ago with their school board, and they landed at 180, coming down from, I believe, 210. But, like no adult ed that we've found offers PE. Schools don't have gymnasiums. They don't have athletic fields. They can't offer that. And I kind of see a parallel with electives. Like we don't have elective departments. We don't have the infrastructure, the wood shop, and the culinary classes and things like that. So our proposal does not impact the core subject areas at all. It comes in 30 credits over the state requirement, and it adds specific courses that I'm gonna turn it over to Jeffrey to discuss in that side-by-side comparison of our proposal and where VUSD is now.
Okay. So next slide, that's up to me. There we go. So here's a side-by-side comparison of USD high school current credit requirements and the proposed credit requirements for Ventura adult and continuing education, left and right-hand sides. You can see that the whole top 2/3 of it, the core credits of English language arts, mathematics, CTE, world language, health education, and college and career seminar, those all remain unchanged. Physical education requirements were removed from adult ed at some point. I don't know when. In the 16 years I've been in the district, they have not been there for adult ed. I can't tell you where they went or when. We dropped over on the right-hand side, we've dropped the 60 credits from that, but then added in a few more things. There were 2 classes that were added in. One of them is ethnic studies. It's a newer California state requirement for graduation. I'm the one who does all the orientations, and I go through all of the transcripts and evaluate them according to the current state standards. It isn't easy because you can have a transcript that goes back, well, I just had one. Her transcript went back to 1964. It was handwritten and penciled and Xeroxed several times. She also had a number of college credits. So putting her transcript together was really interesting. But the ethnic studies, I've seen that once this year and on a relatively recent transcript. So ethnic studies, my understanding is for VUSD is you're threading it through social science where it really kind of belongs, in my opinion. But we don't have that curriculum with Apex, so it would have to be a standalone class. And having it as standalone would also help when the students come in and don't have it, that they can take that and then get it done. It also has a positive impact on students' engagement in education and their achievement. It's a quote from the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum adopted by the California State Board of Education in March of 2021. Financial literacy is the other piece that we added. It's also one of the newer California state requirements for graduation. And I do see this on transcripts now and again, not with any frequency. It would greatly really help our adult students to have some financial literacy. I would benefit from taking a financial literacy class.
I agree with you. I think every high schooler should go through financial literacy.
Right, and maybe every college. So I think that would be a huge benefit for them. Our resulting new total for credit requirements down at the bottom is 160. So we would be 130, which is the requirement for the state of California, plus an additional 30. If you look at some of these other schools, just really quickly, and this is kind of addressing your question, Calvin, that a lot of these schools, if you can find what the credits actually are, a lot of them do have other electives that are in there, but they don't have those necessary credit requirements. So they can vary quite a bit. There are a lot of barriers to education. Our adult students are aged anywhere from 18 to 80. So think about the different schools that they might have gone to all across the United States, all of them with different requirements for graduation. A lot of our adults have encountered a lot of barriers. This is from a survey. I have an ongoing survey for the past 2 years. There's about 780 people who have taken these surveys. You can see that coming into the survey, a little bit more than half, 58%, think they're doing high school diploma. I will tell you that's usually higher because high school diploma can sometimes be more attainable than high school equivalency, because high school equivalency is no cakewalk. A lot of people come in thinking, just take a couple tests, I'll be done. Nope, it isn't anything like that. So a lot of times we try to put students in what they can get the most quickly and get them done and going forward in their life. So the other questions here from these students, have you recently in the last 12 months had times when you didn't have enough to eat? I have 20% that say they didn't have enough to eat in the past year. Experienced homelessness in the past 12 months, 16.5% is fairly high. It's very high, actually. Do you have issues with high school diploma equivalency classes because of child care? 12.6%. And then problems with transportation is 18.5%. Thankfully, we have a thing where if you have a tag from us, one of our IDs, you can get on any bus in the county for free. So that has probably helped with that somewhat. What's not on here are physical and mental health challenges. I can speak to the mental health. Approximately 1 in 5 adults in California experiences mental health illness each year. 1 in 5. And if you were looking at this particular group of people, it's probably higher. Also, 50% of adults with mental health conditions do not receive treatment. So all of these things combine to create this very common pattern that we see in attendance with adult ed, and that you have these on-again, off-again type of folks that they come for 3 months, they drop out because they lose housing, they come back for 6 months, they drop out because they lose child care, and so they're going back and forth a lot. This kind of a credit reduction would help them get through quicker. Evidence shows that once a person has their high school equivalency, they're then earning 10 grand more a year. 10 grand, it's not a lot of money, but it's enough to make a difference. So that also gets them moving forward in their life. So that's an important piece. We have a number of value-added propositions that would occur because of credit reduction. The first one would probably be graduation rates. Super important, but at the same time, I don't know that I would make it the top one. Getting those people done is a great thing. They'll be getting past their barriers, and getting into the rest of their life where they can go raise their children, get better jobs, have this burden behind them, and feel like a success. You've got a faster path to workforce entry. I am having an increasing number of adults who are coming in and telling me the story that they get turned down for job after job after job because they don't have a high school diploma, even though they may have a CTE credential, such as accounting. They should be very hireable, but they can't get hired without the credential, without the high school diploma. There's rates of persistence. I'm hoping that if people see, wait, this is a lot easier for me. I can get these things done. My pathway is more clear. They're going to be more persistent in coming in and getting through this and communicating with us so we can help get them through. Scott.
Confidence, motivation, and mental health. With a more meaningful and logical course of study, our students are going to be more motivated and more confident to finish this task. Families and intergenerational impact. More people are going to achieve the goal of graduating with their high school diploma with this proposal. And that has an impact on not just themselves, but on their family. And accelerated post-secondary options. These adults have a sense of urgency to get through this course of study and get on to the next phase of their life. And this proposal helps them do that. So, in closing, we've shown how this proposal goes well above the state requirements, how it comparably measures up to our peer institutions in adult education, as well as our comprehensive sites and VUSD. And when you take a deeper look into who the students are at VACE and the challenges they're typically up against, the urgency they have to complete their academics and level up and move on with their lives, you see that our work on this issue and our presentation tonight really matters. By approving this proposal, the student experience will be enhanced, and VACE will likely serve more adult students overall, and our institution will be stronger as a result of it. Thank you. And now questions.
Yes. You're reducing 60 credits and adding back 10. What are the 60 credits you're reducing?
A wide variety of elective requirements that are included in the VUSD high school graduation requirements.
Are they all electives that you're reducing?
All of them, yes.
All of them are electives. Yeah. Thank you.
First of all, I would encourage anyone who did not see the VACE graduation to visit your website. The video is on the VACE website. It was a very, very powerful ceremony, and I was privileged to be there. And congrats again to all our grads this year. At first glance, looking at this, I have to say I had a little pit in my heart to miss all the electives, and I was thinking about how the electives are such a great opportunity for people to find passions and find joy in, learning something new. And now in understanding that we don't have those kind of options for our adult education students, I completely understand why you are suggesting that we remove that requirement. And I think if we're not able to offer them something that is more meaningful, that we shouldn't have that as one of our requirements. I, along with President Peterson, could not agree more about the financial literacy, and I think the ethnic studies is also a very valuable piece to include. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
First, I just really wanted to thank you for bringing this forward. I mean, I think it takes a lot of courage to really rethink, right, what we're doing and to look at something new with fresh eyes. And so I really appreciate that you did that in such a student-centered way. A couple of basic questions. When students come to us for the high school diploma or equivalent, do they pay for that program? No, so it's free.
And
so
public education, it's the law,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great to know. How are students currently meeting the elective requirement?
Through Apex. Jeffrey can speak to more of that.
Yeah, it's largely through Apex. They go through and do the Apex classes in whatever particular course it is.
Jeffrey, if you could just pause. I know we're familiar with Apex as a learning platform. Can you just share it's computer-based.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Series of
I'm good. I
electives.
was like,
Yeah,
share
okay, thank
how. Yeah, computer-based. It'll have a number of units. This is easy. I'll just fly over into my orientation. So if you were to sit down at Apex, you're going to open up a computer. You're going to hit your first unit. Your first unit will have a pretest in it. The pretest, if you pass it, allows you to skip the unit because it's giving you credit for knowledge you already have. If you're doing something that's really hard, like art history, you probably have none of that knowledge. So you take the unit. You go through and you take notes. It's got all of the things you might expect to see in this kind of a course. It's pretty well put together, I have to say. You have some tests that will check to see how you're doing as you're going along. When you get to the end of it, you present your notes to the instructor. The instructor says you're ready for this test, opens it on their computer, it opens on yours, you take that unit test, and then you move on to the next. There could be anywhere from 2 to 10 units in Apex. Those can take a lot of time. If they're doing something, I'm going to take art history as an example. I opened up the art history curriculum because I really like art history, and then I closed it. Because I really felt like I knew nothing about art history and shouldn't look at it. It can be pretty steep, some of it. So, and that's some of the electives.
Thank you. And then, do you have an idea of how much time this will save for someone by not having to take all these extra classes?
It all depends on how many credits they come in. We were trying to get our best approximation of how many, on average, credits students come in with. And the number we came up with is about 80 to 120.
But it's a low bell curve.
Yeah. So it's hard to say, but for some people it could be significant weeks, months. Maybe they don't unenroll and they finish. It could be years.
Theoretically, let's say that you have 60 units. That would be 2, 4, 5. How many classes is that? I can't divide by 5. 12 units. So you've got 12 classes. If you were to take 2 weeks on each one, a while. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's 2/3 of a year.
And then my sort of last question, the ethnic studies course that you were talking about, that would be our district ethnic studies course, or that would be an APEX course?
It's already an APEX, so it's financial literacy.
So it's our. I'm
They're
looking at
actually
Dr. Bayless.
already slotted into APEX. We give those as electives now, but by seeing that they're going to be required courses by the state, then they would just be added into the required courses when those electives are taken out.
Yeah, the state has their requirement, the district has created its own course, so that's why I'm asking.
It's aligned to the state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is not our year-long standalone elective course, nor is it our embedded U.S. history course, but it is aligned to the state's model content standards. But it's a separate course, and you'll notice it's a 5-unit course. Even though the state hasn't officially formally adopted it, that is the state requirement of 5. We have our VUSD has above and beyond that requirement of 10 units.
I love the idea of including it. I mean, one of the disadvantages for me is that we've worked really hard to make our ethnic studies very locally rooted in our local stories. And I think for especially learners who've had a lot of barriers, right? Like understanding their local story and participating in that is really valuable. So, I mean, I know you can't do this, but if there were a way, I would love to see us do some, more personalize it than just the state version.
Don't underestimate.
Yeah,
we're
and
creative.
I was going to say there's nothing to say that going forward that we couldn't consider that. There's some other things that we have to work through, but this is where I wanted to go back to Mr. Alba's discussion of APEX. It is module based, right? So it's module based, it's computer based. It would take some work, but and we'd have to get some approvals in that process to offer it as a course. But
And we could also offer that as a standalone course in Canvas and supplement APEX with that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think, in crafting our local one, working with the Ventura County Museum, working with our Shumash, working with like our local groups to understand our stories. I think there's a lot of power in that, especially for people who've had to overcome a lot to participate in their education, right? So sharing those stories, I think, would be really helpful.
Agreed.
And then lastly, I third the financial literacy thing. I mean, I think every kid should learn that, and every adult should. We know how much people just make bad decisions financially because they don't know better. And so I love that you guys are including this, and I'm 100% behind it.
Yeah, thank you for taking this on. Anything that lowers barriers, I'm all for. You know, I know 60 credits is a lot of elective units, and without having that full elective array of classes, I mean, there's not much. You're not getting much out of it, right? Because you want to have your student exposed to all that. And typically with my special ed students, I said, you're going to get an elective because that actually helps you understand not only education better, but where you want to be. So I do appreciate the financial literacy portion. I wish it was taught by, you know, flesh and blood person, but I could see the limitations. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm with James. Lowering barriers is important, and this is, to me, this is society changing because people are coming back to change their lives, right? And so this is making a real difference. If people can say, and the word gets out, and say, hey, listen, you go to Ventura and you can get done 6 months, 8 months faster than somewhere else. I mean, that's, to me, that's huge. So I appreciate you guys even just taking on the task of looking at some stuff that would be deemed unnecessary to change society. So I think this is important. I think it's a great job. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you.
I'll
No,
move
entertain a
approval.
motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Emphatically yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Is there anything above fanatically yes? Or, I don't know. If it is, that's what I want to say yes to.
Thank you. Motion
I'm
carries
definitely
5-0.
looking forward to a much bigger graduation ceremony next year.
Please, breathe.
And Scott and Jeffrey, before you go on, I wanted to call attention to on the slide where it talked about intergenerational impact. We've had these conversations, but it wasn't until I saw it in words, adding to what's been said, the potential impact across generations. If you think about just like the students that we saw, that we hear every year in the graduations, how proud they are, but thinking about the time to degree, right? We talk about time to degree in college terms all the time, but the fact that we could get these time to their degrees cut in half and the generational impact that could have on generational poverty is profound. So I just want to thank you for approaching it that way. There are a lot of great things from a metrics perspective, but from a human story and human lived experience perspective, there's some elements in here that are really inspiring. So thank you for the work that you've done on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mills.
Okay, now we're on number 5, the presentation of school site council and single plan for student achievement.
Thank you, President Peterson. Board, this item is before you as a conference item to outline some of the process changes that we've made recently with respect to the SIPSA template, the single plan for student achievement.
We have this under action.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's an action item, yeah.
Okay, action item. And some of the recent changes we've made with our single plans for student achievement, the template, the timeline, and our school site council structures, including bylaws, et cetera. So a little bit of background before we get into the specific shifts and changes that have been made. You'll recognize both of these documents, and tonight all of our 2025-26 single plan for student achievement, SIPSAs for short, are before you for consideration, as is required by the law. But the second document on the right is something that we did last year with all of our sites in seeking to make each site have a strategic plan. Technically, in spirit, the SIPSA should be the strategic plan, but there have been some long-standing barriers to making it a true strategic plan. We didn't implement this on the right-hand side this current year because we were in the process of trying to make SIPSAs a true single strategic plan for the district, for each site that was aligned to the LCAP, as opposed to saying, yes, you have your SIPSA, and it's a separate process, and so we also want you to have a single a strategic plan as well. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that you saw this, each site had this right-hand document last year, but not in this most recent year. Again, as in our goal to try to make the single school plan that guiding strategic document. So I'm going to offer some excerpts from some of the guidance and documents that we put out about mid-spring that largely came from a result of our federal program monitoring compliance audit, and that federal program monitoring compliance audit is what all sites go through that receive title funds. Bi-yearly, it depends on when you get pulled or chosen to undergo the audit. However, some of these shifts that we're talking about tonight were underway for other reasons as well. So I'm not going to focus primarily just on the results of the federal program monitoring audit, but to a larger concept of trying to make school site councils and SIPSAs more authentic and more real strategic documents that have real and authentic parent engagement rather than ceremonial or perfunctory parent engagement. So this just outlines some of the education code, and these are all clickable for everyone to take a look at how we got to these changes and what the statutory requirements are for school site councils, for SIPSAs, et cetera. Just as a quick note, all of our sites have school site councils. All of our sites have single plans for student achievement. However, by law, that's not required. By law, only sites that receive Title I funds are required to have SIPSAs. But our practice is, a longstanding practice in VUSD, has been that all sites have SIPSAs and school site councils. And so that's continuing. That's continuing. Okay, just a few more items to highlight here. So while all of our schools have school site councils, all of our schools have SIPSAs, we're trying to make and the bulk of this presentation is about the changes that, again, are trying to make our school site councils and SIPSAs more authentic and more sincere rather than sort of perfunctory. This is just talking about the specific...
Can I just interrupt? Because you've mentioned it a couple times. Can you give us an example when you say you're trying to make it more authentic and sincere? Can you get us?
I can jump ahead, or it's in about 3 or 4 slides. Would you like me to do it now, or would you like me to build towards that?
Yeah, go ahead. Jump ahead, because we can always come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the best answer to your question, Trustee Rodriguez, is in number 1 here. So prior to last year, prior to this year, our SIPSA development was happening in the fall. And if you look at what the SIPSA is, a strategic document, it's designating funds towards goals. And much of those, not all, but much of those funds were dedicated towards staff. Well, in the fall, after March 15th, that staff was already hired. There's no going back at that point. So certainly I'm just trying to be very honest about what that process was. It was a ratification of something that was not changeable. The staff had been hired. Shifting that forward all the way to January to February prior to March 15th, you go before a school site council, and there you have a real opportunity to say yes or no to staff. It's not or sort of a ratification after the fact. So that's one of several elements, and I can spend more time here or I can go back. It's one of several elements that I'm alluding to when I'm talking about making the school site council work and vote, actually a vote on something that could be or not be. But when it's in the fall, when it's about staff, again, which it largely is, is nothing more than a ratification. Okay. Okay. A couple other functions, just as a bit of background, our school site councils and our ELAC committees have to approve the SIPSA by law, again, for Title I sites, but for all of our sites by practice. And our school site councils also do some things per our contract. If you take a look at 4A, for example, we've had several Article 27 site-based decision-making issues with respect to bell schedules come forward. Well, there's a required contractual role for school site councils to play in those processes. Also, and we have comprehensive school safety plans before you tonight as well. Our school site councils are the safety planning committee, so they are required to vote in support of bringing that before you for approval as well. School site councils have to, by law, conform to the Green Act, et cetera. So those are the requirements, the statutory requirements. Those are our internal VUSD contractual requirements, and those are also our requirements of practice with respect to having our school site councils vote on the safety planning, the safety plan, comprehensive school safety plans that are being brought before you tonight. Okay, so in talking about budgets, and I know that school site council and the budgets and the bylaws, that's where a lot of the initial concern and some frustration and questions have arisen, so I want to spend a little bit of time on this. The SIPSA template does not, as required by the state, does not include separate budget sheets. We have traditionally added those separate budget sheets. The SIPSA is more akin to the LCAP, which you're probably more familiar with if you haven't been on a school site council, whereby it's specific funds attached to specific goals. And I'm just going to skip ahead here. So for example, at Atlas, you can see here that there's a strategy, there's an activity, there's students identified that will be served, and then there's staffing or other resources with amounts of money and specific funds. So the budget is embedded in the SIPSA template. And in talking with our federal program monitors, our auditors, when they were looking at our agendas, we were able to avoid formal findings, but some of the suggestions that we got were, and conversations that we had with them were to try to make sure that all conversations about funds were always connected to SIPSA goals and SIPSA actions that could be progress monitored, not just sort of standalone budget sheets. Now again, those budget sheets aren't required, and I understand that there are some people who see the benefit in school site councils signing off on those, but that is not the spirit of the SIPSA itself, whereby the budget is embedded with goals and actions like the LCAP. So let me back up here and just emphasize that last point there. The point was, and I understand that removing the standalone budget sheets on the one hand gives the appearance that we're taking away oversight of budgets from school site councils, and I don't want to dismiss that view at all. I understand that view. However, we're trying to make SIPSAs and school site councils more authentic and more focused on being a true strategic plan that has to do with progress monitoring, goals, metrics, and money spent on specific things that get you towards the goals per your California dashboard, low performance tiles, et cetera, in relation to the LCAP. I'll spend a little bit more time on that as well. So here's a couple pages, example pages from not this next year's SIPSA, but last year's SIPSA. So for example, you can see here that on the budget sheet itself, and this will continue to be included in the SIPSAs, there are the title funds here. You can see supplemental funds. You can see one level of budget transparency here, and that will continue. That's on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you can see a goal. For example, this is a Balboa Middle School goal, student connections to school, provide a safe and secure environment aligned with our LCAP goal number 2. And you can see then at the bottom all the specific expenditures, including FTE, you can see there at the very bottom, a buy-up of counselor and the funds. So another point of having standalone budget sheets were that it was also redundant because it's all embedded into the SIPSA itself. But again, I don't want to transmit that I'm dismissing the view that removing those standalone budget sheets give the appearance of less oversight or less transparency. And so when I'm talking about those standalone budget sheets, this is what I'm referencing. These 3 up at the top, for a site that is a Title I site, they would have 3 standalone budget sheets in the past. They would have a Title I budget sheet, you can see there on the left. In the middle, a site-based funds sheet. Those aren't title funds, that's just the distribution to sites for various purposes. And then you have on the far right supplemental funds. And the supplemental funds are the distribution in our LCAP line. So supplemental concentration funds come right out of goal, I think it's 1.2 of our LCAP, and they're distributed to sites. What we're moving towards is having, again, the budgets embedded, which they always have been, but making sure that those budgets are always embedded. All the conversations about the budgets are embedded.
And Dr. Bayless, I just want to go back. They always have been for the recent history, but the SIPSA template itself was updated, just maybe a handful of years ago.
Yes, so the state does, thank you for reminding me about that. The state does update the SIPSA template every now and then, and there actually is a new update this year, but the embedded budget has been a part of each iteration for some time. But again, those standalone budget sheets were just something that the district added in with those signatures, and that's what we removed for this coming year's SIPSA process. Down below is what all principals were required to show to their school site councils this most recent year, and that is all of their budgets, not just those 3. So whereas in some cases we found that some principals in some schools always showed their entire budget, and that's down below, so that all their school site council could provide input on restricted lottery, Prop 28, et cetera. But not all principals did that. So for budget transparency, for using school site councils as partners for input, that's the new requirement moving forward, is that they see the entire budget, not just those 3 budgets up at the top. And again, a non-Title I school would not have a Title I budget. This is the sign-off page for the school site council when they sign off. And so I just wanted to highlight this, what they're signing off, what they're saying. So the school site council reviewed the content requirements for the school plans and programs, including in the SIPSA, and believes that all such content requirements have been met, including those found in district governing board policies and in local educational agency plan. The SIPSA is based on a thorough analysis of student academic performance, and this is one of the findings that we avoided in the federal program audit. And this is how federal program audits work. They say, hey, you're getting close to this finding. What can you provide us, or what can you do within the next month that will give evidence that you've done this to avoid a finding? And one of them, we had to have several sites go back and do just that and make sure that they more overtly agendize a review of student data, a review of expenditures connected to actions and data, as opposed to just discussions about the budget. And so we were able to avoid a finding by having I think it was perhaps in March or April, it was the last month of the audit where we asked those sites that had some problems in their agendas to go and do that, and we avoided a finding that way. Okay, so now sort of to the heart of the issue. I apologize for the numbering. I don't know why that happens when we do.
Yeah, we've tried it several different ways. We're just probably going to use bullets.
Okay, well, they're all equally important. They're all number 1. So we have done 5 things. We've made 5 changes. These 4 changes here are, again, towards making school site councils and SIPSA development as authentic and transparent as possible, rather than having people sign off on budgets or vote and it not being real, for lack of a better word. So that first thing is key, moving the timeline forward. And it sounds simple. Well, why didn't we just move the timeline forward prior? So in order to move the timeline into January and February, everything in business services has to be spot on, because that's when Title I funds get dispersed. That's when site budgets get dispersed. And if there's some lack of clarity, which there always is at that time with state budgets, that's what sort of naturally pushes SIPSA development into the fall, when it's too late for SIPSAs to be true strategic documents developed by school site councils that could do one thing or another. It just becomes ratification. So it's easy to make a mandate, but it's a lot of work on the part of HR included also, by having everyone's staffing list, knowing where everyone is on the hierarchy, understanding, getting all the allocations. So it's been a big lift over the last couple of years. I think the second point, too, is also critical. VUSD and many districts do this, where they pre-allocate some dollars from Title I funds. And that pre-allocation, in a way, circumvents the school site council process. And it's done for good intentions. It's not necessarily inappropriate or illegal. Certainly, we have passed FPM audits doing that. But in reflection, we have felt like it's not in keeping with the spirit of the SIPSA, where the money should be reviewed in relation to the district LCAP, in relation to the school's needs and goals, and the school site councils make real decisions about it, rather than having it be pre-allocated and not even voted on. So when it gets pre-allocated, it says you're going to have this much of your counselor funded by Title I, and that's happening. It's not even on your school site council agenda. So we've changed that for this coming year, and we plan to keep that again, because it is in keeping with the spirit of SIPSAs and school site councils, we think. So we revised the template. Again, I've spoken about that in order to keep the agendas and the conversations focused on progress monitoring goals and whether or not the budgets are impacting those things, rather than just budgets aside from that. And again, not all sites were experiencing that level of sort of disconnect between strategic planning and budgets, but some were. And that fourth element that I've already spoken about is the requirement that principals share all elements of their budget, not just the 2 budgets that they have or the 3 budgets that they have if they're a Title I school. Because there's a lot of input that school site councils should be giving on Prop 28, on AVID, on restricted lottery, and on special education, all those kinds of things. And that is greater transparency. So now the bylaws. So I didn't include the bylaws in these 4 ways that we're trying to increase actual oversight. I think that's in keeping with the spirit, but the bylaw changes were largely a result of problems that were occurring in random places because bylaws were very different, or processes were unclear, or it was difficult to achieve quorum at some sites, or there was some sites felt like they couldn't have students on their school site council. So we felt the need to create a universal document, and we understand that the process was quick, it was muddied, but we are trying to get to this place where it provides greater clarity, decreased confusion, and increased transparency for everyone. So there's probably about, there's 2 slides here. There's maybe about 10 or 15. I tried to analyze and name all of the clarifications, not necessarily changes, but clarifications, because in some cases, we have 27 different bylaws. A few of them had, for example, down on A number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some of them spoke about absentee and proxy ballots. Some of them didn't. So I don't want to say that these were all new for everyone. But first and foremost, we expressly listed all the Green Act requirements. And some sites weren't as good about adhering to those Green Act requirements. And so that's by law. That has to be done. And so we named them. And in the bylaws, those are all highlighted and underlined. Number 2, there wasn't an understanding of the school site council's role in VUEA and VESPA contract elements, particularly the site-based decision-making 27 processes. So we wanted to publish that up front, make sure that all school site council members understood that if there is an Article 27 or Article 42, sorry, Article 42 should be there as well, that's the VESPA contract article that governs site-based decision-making, that they have a role to play, a very specific role to play that has a timeline associated with it. So again, just trying to be very transparent and upfront about those roles. And those can be challenging votes, those can be challenging processes. So I think that's another point of transparency for a potential candidate for an elected position to know that they may find themselves in those situations. Number 3. Middle school and K-8 allowances and encouragements to have student members on the school site council. This is straight out of California Ed Code about allowing, actually requiring high schools to have students, and all of our high schools do, I believe. But there was some confusion about middle schools and K-8, so we included that language so that it was very clear that middle schools and K-8s can and are encouraged to have school site council members. And I know that we have a tradition of having high school board members making presentations. We know student voice is important, and I personally, and I know that we all really value bringing young adults into the world of adulthood, real work as soon as possible, and so that's something that we wanted to make really overt. The absentee and proxy ballot issue is something that we clarified. The voting procedure, the public votes, and this is something that was added because given some of the somewhat contentious, understandably. That's how Article 27 and Article 42 processes work sometimes when there's a debate on whether or not to adopt a bell schedule. Given the difficult position that student board members are in, we wanted to make sure that they had protection, and so that those ballots would be private in those situations, so that because they're voting on their teachers' proposals. Second from the bottom, a principal appointment of interim school site council member upon resignation and removal. So we had a handful of sites that were struggling to stay on our timeline, our new timeline especially, because it's a little bit more aggressive, because we have to be done by March 15th if we're going to have a sincere, true vote by the school site council. And they were struggling to get quorum. Because they didn't have members that would show up, and so they didn't have bylaws that gave principals the ability to act quickly, appoint somebody in order to get an interim, in order to get quorum to stay on the timeline. The last one, the requirement for annual training, it was very clear that not all of our sites even reviewed their school site council bylaws. So we're sort of embedding that into our annual process better in this new model. Okay, suddenly our letters are back on the side. We outline what votes are required, because there were a lot of questions about, well, what do we vote on this? Is this something we just have consensus about, or do we vote on? And I know that this is something that we're going to continue to add on to make it clear, so that there's less confusion, so that there's the elected members, the people who are donating their time, can move forward and understand things very clearly and transparently. The third one, this relates to what was on the previous page about terminating a member for not being at 3 consecutive meetings. That absenteeism was driving a lot of lack of quorum, and that disrespectful, I think, to others' time when they show up and you're there, and all of a sudden somebody isn't there, and you have an agenda but you can't have a meeting, and then you have to reschedule. So trying to be a little more agile, and I know that this gives the appearance that we're putting more power with principals, but The design was to try to avoid the problems that were making it dysfunctional in some places because of absenteeism and lack of quorum. Again, having more than 10 members, that affects quorum if you have more than 10 members. So just knowing your site and whether or not you can take on more members, the more members you take on, the more difficult it is to get quorum. So those are all related to the agility and the speed at which school site councils can stay on track to have sincere school site council processes. If not, then they go at everything, because we can't bring you 26 school site council recommended SIPSAs and have one come later. We have to bring them all to you at the same time, and it needs to happen before the March 15th deadline again to make it sincere. So the last two, just again, trying to be very overt, we provided all the links to all the laws and the guidance from the state so everyone can see what is statutory, what is just sort of guidance from CDE, so that they have assurance that it's not, we're not making all of it up on a whim, that there are real requirements. There are elements that we included ourselves, and we've been forthright about those. However, just as a note, by law, there is no requirement for districts to have school site council bylaws. We think they're incredibly valuable, as I'm sure you would all agree. And the last one there is the process for revising bylaws, which I will do this summer after receiving, with the team, after receiving school site council's input. I received about two from two school site councils already, and I think there's one pending later this month. So these are all the links for the public to take a look at. We have the unified universal bylaws for high school, for middle school, for K-8, for elementary, and then the two guidance memos for principals. So happy to answer any questions that you have, but hopefully it tells you the whole arc of the story of the last 2 years that we've been working on with school site councils and SIPSAs.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to commend you for this, because trying to get this done in a timely manner and so that school site councils really have meaningful say. When you do a lot of your money in personnel, that makes a difference. The question I really have for you, and I know it's hard, and all three departments are involved, is getting enough information so the hiring decisions are made before we have to send out any notices regarding the February and March deadlines to personnel. So really, we need to be done by February. Is there any way to make that happen to where we're not having to give people notices and then rescinding the notices because the new school site council said, yes, let's go ahead and keep those people in place?
That's a great question. That's our goal. I'll let Gina address it first.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we have been talking about as a team, is being able to get to a place where that's exactly what we can do. But that does exactly like what we said, that moves all of our timelines up quite significantly. And so we know that sometimes our master schedules aren't fully built and things like that. But it does afford us an opportunity to address that there would be potentially greater amounts of employees that would not have to be noticed if we can do that. And that is our goal. If you remember a few years ago, we created a document that it's called Master Scheduling and Staffing Guidelines. And so we have points throughout the year that we are doing staffing all year long and master scheduling all year long in some capacity. And so we've continued to refine that each and every year, bring other people in to ensure that every time we have an opportunity to improving that process. And that's exactly what we've talked about wanting to improve for next year, is to, now that where we're at with these processes, to be able to do exactly that.
Okay, if you could go back to the slide that has the IJKLM in. There you go. Okay, so first starting with I, it says that the previous bylaws were not clear about what votes were required and which were optional. So as far as optional, who decides which votes will be included? And I mean, what makes it optional? Who decides what's optional and what's included?
Well, first of all, there are only 3 required votes, and that is to adopt the SIPSA, adopt the comprehensive school safety plan, and to elect members so those are the only 3 required votes. So I'm trying to list a portfolio of options, and it's an evolving document. It will certainly be added on. So, for example, Robert's Rules of Order. Does the school site council want to operate by Robert's Rules of Order, or do they want to operate a little more informally? I listed that as optional. That's something for the school site council to decide. Similarly, with respect to public comment, there was a lot of for the last 2 specific Article 27, Article 42 processes where there were more public comments at those sites. There was confusion about how do we do that? There's no guidance. Do they get to say whatever they want for however long they want? Do they get to say it? Do they get to speak multiple times? So I've listed that as an optional way to vote on a process. So each school site council can have some discretion on, we'll do public comment this way. So I'm trying to give guidance, and I keep saying it's our team with our director of secondary, director of elementary, and Margaret Parstanian, our compliance specialist, on listing all the things that are not statutorily required, again, very few, so the rest would be optional for a school site council to decide on. I hope I answered your question.
And so the school site council would be voting on which of those options that they would be using by each site?
Yes.
Okay, next question. For M, on the same page, what is the district-wide mechanism for changing the bylaws?
So what we wrote into the new bylaws is an annual required agenda item in the spring, because it's not a calendar year or a school year cycle. It's really spring to spring. That's the SIPSA cycle. So prior to each start of each cycle, even though we're doing it now in the summer, we're a little bit off schedule, but nonetheless, there would be a required agenda item by principals and their chairs to put on a request for recommendations. Hey, so one point of, if we're a school site council, we might say, hey, one point of clarity that we need is on committees, or what happens if we don't conform to Article 27 or Article 42 timelines. What are our options? So we want these things to be added, or we want this to be clarified. One of the elements of feedback that I've already received, I think we're going to clarify, is the part about how somebody becomes ineligible if they no longer are a parent at that school. They were elected as a parent, but they want to stay on as a community member because their child no longer goes to that school. So there are all kinds of things that we would foreseeably get input on, providing more clarity in the bylaws, year by year.
Okay, and just to be clear, there were no findings in the federal audit. Is that correct?
Correct. We avoided all findings, yes.
Okay, and one last question. In the actual VUSD school site bylaws document that was handed out in April, one of the changes that I see is that regarding the size of the school site council, minimum of 10 members, it also goes on to say that the changes to the size of the school site council may only be implemented at the meeting when the development of the SIPSA for the upcoming year is first discussed. And it goes on to talk about how that will be at principal's discretion. So does that mean if, let's say we have a school site council that's 14 members, and prior to the SIPSA, prior to the meat of their job working on the SIPSA, at the principal's discretion that they can eliminate members?
No, all members have to fill out their terms. However, if there's good rationale for reducing membership at the time of term end because of lack of quorum being achieved, or whatever else. That's the primary issue. So yes, that was written in as principal discretion.
But this doesn't say anything about at the end of terms. This is at the school site. It says development of the SIPs, sorry, may only be implemented at the meeting when the development of the SIPSA for the upcoming year is first discussed, typically late winter, early spring. So that wouldn't be like at the conclusion
Yeah,
of
it sounds
term.
like you're giving a good recommendation for a revision. So yeah, you could never cut somebody's term short.
Thank you for clarifying.
So I appreciate the clarification because I had that same question about the principal's discretion to change the size. Also on the VUSD bylaws, it says an elected school site council parent community member shall reside within the VUSD attendance boundary, but we have intra-district students, so why would their parent not be eligible?
Yeah, so that actually is one of the things that will be changed for the coming, that was noted either by legal counsel or somebody else, I forget, that was something that we need to change. So that's on the list.
Okay, and then, so first, I just want to be clear, I do appreciate moving forward the timeline. We've had many conversations about the lack of true voting that happened when you were voting in the fall for somebody who was already employed. So I definitely appreciate that. My question about sort of the authenticity was really more if we are looking at the SIPSA as what you've called a guiding strategic plan, then it seems odd that there would be portions of the budget that are not included in that plan, right? So if like we're saying this is the school site's plan to address student achievement and all of the things that they should be working on as a school community, then it seems to me like we want to bring all of our budgets to bear on those things, right? And there are lots of ways that you would get at that. Some of it would be Title I, some of it would be Prop $28, right? But that if we're looking at it as one true strategic plan, everything should be there. So in looking at the CDE guidance, it seems like there's this kind of minimum, like you must at a minimum do this, but then there are multiple places where it says, but it may also include, right, any other funds that the district deems appropriate or any other. So I guess my question comes back to when we look at this streamlined version, it seems like we're going to the here's what we have to do, as opposed to if we want to really take the community's input and build a true strategic vision, we would include more than that.
I understand that view. However, when you're giving parents a view of 3 of your 8 budgets, and when you are when you have a system that, again, I know that you've already acknowledged the shifting of the timeline is really important, but when you have a system that parents are voting on something that doesn't actually hold true, it also doesn't hold true in another sense too. So the site-based budgets. So in doing some research with Joey over a long-standing period of time, we had site budgets passed and signed off by school site councils that became completely different later on, and so it was, again, just a bit ceremonial. So what we're trying to do is to be honest about that engagement process and reduce all the elements that maybe felt good in the moment but weren't actually true. So while it does look like a narrowing, I would argue that it's a broadening of the transparency because we're including all of the budgets, and we are also telling parents in the community the truth in that anything that is directed towards those goals is in the SIPSA. Any money that is directed towards those goals in the SIPSA, and therefore school site councils have purview, oversight, and voting rights. There are some things that you do that aren't a part of, that aren't directly tied to red tiles on your dashboard. That would not be included in the SIPSA, and therefore that would not, even though that's a part of a budget somewhere, one of those 8 budgets, it's not directly tied to, which is one of the points of feedback that we receive from FPM. If it's not directly tied to an action that is supporting a specific group of students that has been identified as in need, then it's not really appropriate for the SIPSA. So that's my view. I understand that it looks like we're now showing less. I think we're showing more, and we're being more honest about what parents actually have voting rights over and what they have input over, which I feel like is most respectful.
But so then we're not really talking about a strategic plan. We're talking about a targeted plan towards what's on the dashboard.
I would argue that is our strategic plan.
Yeah, I mean,
our LCAP.
for all intents and purposes, if you can go back to the first slide that shows the alignments. The funding that we are talking about that is discussed at the SIPSA is designed to benefit specifically certain student groups, Title I, and then with supplemental and concentration funds. So that really is the strategic plan. How are we using those funds to benefit those students very specifically with measurable actions? I was wondering if it would be helpful to talk about, right now we're talking about the SIPSA and the SIPSA approval process, but I was wondering if it would be helpful to talk about that in connection with the school site council and discussions that the school site council has that capture some of these points of input, even if they are not directly connected, and I shouldn't say directly connected. They're directly connected to the SIPSA process, but the documentation processes don't play out in the SIPSA process. Would that be helpful to talk about the connection between school site council discussions, meetings, notes, agendas, where all of those things are like that input is where that happens, even though the school site council process and the SIPSA process don't always align with all things. Would that be helpful?
Oh, sorry. This is the site's strategic plan. You just said, well, it's for how we're supporting these students. That's not a site-specific plan. That's how we're supporting these students. And so if we are talking about a true school-wide strategic plan that includes all students, not just our unduplicated students, not just our Title I students, all students, then why would we exclude any budget category from that strategic plan?
I would add on top of that, there's a difference between allowing the school site council to see the budget as opposed to voting on a budget.
Agreed. There's a categorical difference between those things. However, there's also a categorical difference between allowing them to vote on a budget and having it mean nothing in the end because the budget gets changed and there's no requirement or process that would prevent that. So all budgets are, I used the wrong word. They're not, the mandate is not just show your budgets and don't ask for input. That's not the spirit of the new guidelines at all. And if that's happening, we will correct that.
Yeah, and that's why I'm going to go back to the question, because we're talking in one phase of this conversation, we're talking about SIPSA development, SIPSA compliance, SIPSA actions, and the bylaws that support that. An element that's missing from this discussion is the broader role of the school site council and the discussion of the budgets. And so I think it's important to talk about that. So Greg, if you can talk about right now we're talking about the lane of the SIPSA development and SIPSA approval process. But if you can talk about the discussions that we've had with school site councils, how we expect them to use the budgets, like the purpose of the bylaws, like all of those things are to develop and coalesce a community around how we should spend the money. So if you can just weigh in on the school site council processes.
Yeah, the school site council, first of all, the school site council process with respect to SIPSA development starts always with a review of student data. So that's one of the federal program monitoring audit points that we narrowly escaped. We didn't have a consistent agenda item reflected in all of our agendas, nor documents that said that SIPSA development was always based on a discussion and analysis of student achievement data. So it happened at many sites, at most sites perhaps, but not at all of our sites, and not always at all of our Title I sites either, where it's actually legally, statutorily required. That's where it has to start. It has to start there. And then all the budgets are shown so that there can be a discussion about how those budgets can produce a strategy to bring students up. So when I understand your point, Trustee Rodriguez, about the strategy should be for the whole school. But if you have some students that are on grade level, that are high performing, that are engaged, that are not chronically absent, that are hitting on every measure, and you have students that are not, the strategy needs to be centered on how to make that school successful and transformative for those students. That's the core of a strategic plan. Not until everyone of your class, everyone at your school is high performing, meeting, exceeding standards, coming to school, can you say, okay, we need to come up with a different driver of our strategy. That is the driver of our strategy. That's our LCAP goal number 1. So all of our conversations, if I'm answering your question correctly, Dr. Craster, all of the conversations at the school site council have to be completely tied to an analysis of student performance. And again, they are at most of our sites, but not all.
Well, I would just, I mean, as a teacher in a classroom, if I have a student that is missing a strand, I don't reteach it to the whole class. So I'm kind of wondering why, instead of just explaining to the sites that didn't meet the budget, that we're doing a complete overhaul of the program.
Well, we have one SIPSA template. We don't have differential SIPSA templates for different sites. If we were to be differential, that would open the door to say, well, then we have SIPSAs and school site councils for Title I sites, but not for non-Title I sites. Our practice, the spirit of what I think VUSD has done with its school site councils and SIPSAs is that we do it for everyone because we value the parent engagement, we value the strategic planning process, we value the budget transparency, but it all has to be sincere. It all has to be authentic rather than, again, perfunctory.
So I appreciate the extra explanation. And to be clear, I'm not suggesting that we don't focus on the students who need that academic support. I guess my point is that if that is what a site-specific strategic plan is. It's figuring out how we raise every student up to that level, right? So again, what I struggle with is why we would pull out 3 line items within a budget to say that's how we're gonna only talk about these things, when really, when we talk about achieving our goals, we talk about bringing all of our resources to bear on addressing our goals. We don't just talk about we're only going to use what's supplemental to address student achievement. We look at how do we as a district work towards that goal, and we bring everything to that.
Yeah, that reminds me, maybe this is what you were alluding to, Dr. Castro, earlier. That should be the conversation at school site councils. It should be, here's all of our budgets now. Whatever budgets we can bring to bear towards achieving those goals should be in the SIPSA. And once they're in the SIPSA, they are the voting purview of the school site councils. So you're right, your earlier comment was you only have to express your Title I dollars in the SIPSA. That's true. But that's not enough to achieve your goals. We don't get that much Title I dollars. We need supplemental dollars. We need site-based funds. We need probably now Prop 28 funds. We need restricted lottery. Those things should be expressed in the SIPSA so long as they are getting at the goals. Once they are in the SIPSA, they are the purview of the school site council.
And, I specifically want to call out the Prop 28 thing because I do think, we've had these conversations, right, around using Prop 28 dollars to leverage supporting our students with disability, to leverage our students who are English learners, right, to expose them to things, to improve their access to opportunities that they've traditionally not been able to access, right? And the more we engage families and staff through this process, which I've always thought school site council was a really valuable process personally, but the more we engage them in looking at the data, who's participating, who's not participating, who's getting pushed out of these things, right? And then bring all of that to say, now let's, as a school site, let's try to address this. To me, that is what I would consider a more authentic process.
I know we have public comments on this too. After everyone, but I'll just share a thought. Given that we have on an annual basis, we'll be revisiting the bylaws during summer. I think if the board would allow us this summer to evaluate, making sure that we work with the FPM auditors to ensure that we are not generating a document that puts us in a place to be in conflict with a future review. If you can allow us that time, we're all on the same page here. It's just the how. It's how do we convey to our community that there are certain things that are required to have a vote, are certain things that are required to be approved, but that, as you've heard from us, that is not our intention to say that is the only role, which is why I wanted to go back to the school site council process. If you can give us the time to create, in the same way that creating parameters for the SIPSA process, to maybe create some parameters for the school site council process, things that are revisited at intervals, and provide that guidance, I think that maybe won't get us all the way there, but it probably will get us closer to where we're trying to get. As you can tell, we're trying to be protective of, we were in a place where our processes were in a lot of, in several different places, not a lot, in several different places, and we're trying to have some adherence to process, and we also want to balance that with things that we're required to do versus things that we also want to do.
Well, we would need, so we have two people that want to look at it, but we would need consensus of the board to look at that, right? Because right now you have two opinions about that it should be changed, and if you want to get the direction from the board to have that time, don't we need consensus for someone else to say, I think we should change what's being...
Yeah, that would be appreciated. This is where my thinking is right now, but absolutely, consensus would be really appreciated.
Well, for me, I kind of understand what they're saying, because this is kind of what made me upset about the Prop 28 whole debacle, where it's like you're trying to rubber stamp something that you didn't have participation in. And what I get from it is they're saying, like, if they're going to vote on something, let it be something that they're actually going to be voting on that's not going to be changed. So you asked me my opinion, I gave you my opinion, this is what we voted on, and then later on it gets changed. It's like, well, what did we even vote on it for? So that's what I'm getting out of it, is that they're trying to make it authentically. When it's something voted on, that stays. It's not going to be changed. But if they vote on something and later on it can be changed, it's kind of like, what did I vote on it for? That's what I'm taking out of the reason why they're going on this structure on the bylaws.
I guess so having been on, 6 school site councils, we regularly would revisit a budget, and if there were changes that were made because the allocation from the district changed, or because somebody's position, they got a promotion, they were going to cost more, like, we just voted on those revisions. I don't understand why we wouldn't be able to have that.
Well, if you voted on them in the fall, if they were certificated at that time, it was already locked in. Now it's classified as well. So that's another change that has caused a need to be more strident in the timeline, the view of...
right, but the budget includes things that aren't just staffing, right? So all of a sudden you say, okay, well, this now is going to cost more, or our overall budget is less. There are other things that you cut to adjust for that, right? Like, that's what the principal is going to do.
Are you asking whether or not that was the case and whether or not those were authentic, or what? I'm not quite sure what your question is.
So right now, we're saying they're going to pass a budget based on Asan's best guess at what their allocation is going to be for next year. We're not promising them that's going to be their allocation. That's our best guess in January for next fall, right? If that changes, the governor decides to pull a bunch of money, that principal is gonna, in September, have to figure out ways to reduce their budget, cut other expenditures, or, right? They can't change the staffing because we've already committed to that, but there are other things that they would change.
That's right. That's true. But the reality is that the majority of school site council budgets are related to FTE.
President Peterson, usually we have questions, then the public comment, and then discussion. Would you like to do public comment at this time?
No, I think we're still on the question
Questions?
part. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so before we take action, we'll do the public comment.
Sounds good.
Is there any more actual questions about it? Okay. So time for public comment.
Time for public comment. We have one public comment this evening. You'll be given 3 minutes, and I will give you a 30-second warning. Please remember that the board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior in our meetings. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings. So please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated, and there's no need to touch the microphone. Just speak right on into it. Our speaker on this topic is Heather Lacayo.
Hi, I had a, can you hear me? Okay, I had a big long thing written, but things have changed since you guys have been talking, so that's great. I have served on school site councils at elementary and middle school level as secretary and most recently as chair. The changes I think that you're discussing are twofold, maybe even threefold, but the one thing that I think everybody is in agreement with is the timeline and moving it forward. In fact, DATA already did vote the last year on the budget items early because we knew, and so they were prepared. When we got there in September, they were ready to go. So there's no issue with that. The issue from my perspective is the change in authority by the school site council elected members who are elected by their peers. It's not just parents, it's teachers. And in the case of secondary schools, it also includes students. We are elected to come and discuss things that are holistic, whole school issues. And so when our purview is removed completely and given to the principal, which, by the way, I think it's a great idea to empower principals, and they also need help. When a principal comes in and doesn't understand the term quorum and has to learn over and over again that 72 hours is actually 3 days because we do understand Green Act violations, that is a training issue for you guys. It's not something that the school site council is doing wrong or doesn't understand. And so to the point that was made that if there are a few schools that are not in alignment, that's where you go and you help them learn what to do and learn how to do it better. And you ask for our input before giving us something that is brand spanking new, takes away all of our authority. The school site council should evaluate, review, and approve the following: all budgets for the school year. This is Ventura Unified School District. You have already changed the board's directives in giving us new bylaws that changed everything about what we do. So when you're voting on whether or not to change what has just been done, just know that it already got changed. Our historic precedent was to review everything, to work cooperatively together with the principal, with our peers who were elected to their positions. And we have done a great job at the 2 school site councils I've been involved with, and I know people who have been at other ones. Let me finish by saying that later in the evening, we're going to talk about the listening tour. And one of the key takeaways for the superintendent's listening tour was that, quote, the community wants clarity, access, and inclusion in budget conversations. That doesn't mean we look at it. That doesn't mean we give our opinion. I can walk into the school anytime and give somebody my opinion, and clearly I do. It means a vote. It means having a voice and gaining consensus and working together. Thank you. I have lots more to say, but I won't do it now.
I have a question. What is the action that you're asking us to take?
Well, we tried to do two things. We actually originally had a conference item and an action item there. So we were trying to combine actually probably three things: school site council process, bylaws, but then also we need the SIPSA approval, right? So the action item is
Yes,
SIPSA approvals.
correct. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so that's the action. The SIPSA approval is the action item. That's the needed action. But what I'm hearing also in this is in the process of developing, adjusting school site councils and adjusting the SIPSA process, there's a desire of the board to bring these processes closer. We just heard from our public comments that there is a tension between what is involvement and what is action, and we still need to make that very clear, that what are the things that are actionable from school site members' votes, what is required versus what is not. So like, for example, we just heard that all funds, well, in the practice of as a district, we actually haven't included all funds. We've only included 3. So now we're increasing that level of transparency, but the school site councils don't necessarily have purview through the SIPSA for all funds. So that's where we are, and we're going to need some additional clarity and guidance to provide principles of how to navigate those discussions. I mean, and that's really where we are. We're in terms of an approval perspective, our SIPSAs are compliant. They are approvable. And if it's important for us to be able to have these approved so that way we can do the hiring and all those things that we are in process. That said, if there were consensus for us to go back and revisit this during summer and come back and try and find a way between the SIPSA approval process, bylaws, school site council meetings and structure, it feels like we could create a little bit more cohesion there. But in terms of the actionable, what's actionable that's in front of you, the SIPSs are approvable, they are compliant, and they're needed. I mean, that's really where we are.
So as the way it's presented, we're compliant, but we can do consensus of the board to say, listen, we're compliant, but we think it needs to be a little more streamlined, and we need to be able to give a more preview to them. We can do that, so it can be approved with the consensus saying that we're going to look at it to change it for later, or it can just be not approved if the board doesn't want to approve it.
Well, I think it doesn't say that. I think it's saying it's approving the bylaws. So if we want to approve just the SIPSA plans, that's what the motion would have to be, so that the other stuff can be brought back for further discussion. And I would be in favor of that.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dennenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we've already done 6. Now we're to 7.
So I have a question first. Do we have consensus that the bylaws will be coming back after staff has had time to look at them?
It sounds like that's what the motion. That was the motion. That's what was second.
I just
That was
wanted to
voted
clarify.
upon. Yes.
I thought that was
Thank you.
just that we were approving the SIPSA, so I wanted to make sure we were doing
Approving
that.
the system and giving consensus.
And giving consensus. Okay, thank you.
And thank you for that.
Adoption of the 2025-26 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, including local indicators. First read.
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson. This was brought forward on June 10th, and as is required by law for ratification, for board approval by July 1st, and after June 30th,
Yeah,
July
before,
1st,
before,
depending
before
upon,
July 1st. Yeah, good job. Good job, Hassan.
Depending upon how you read the law. Okay. We're both right. We're both right.
Yeah. So this is not a first read, it's our second read on this.
This is a second read. That's correct.
And so I know we had a lot of questions about this last time. For timing, I think now is not the time to go back into those things, but my understanding is we will be having more of a conversation about that later. So unless
But
somebody...
before we move approval, I do want to make it very clear about some questions that we will be having coming up so we can prepare for it and not ask the questions when they come up, is that I wanted to request that any general fund money that goes into the LCAP, I want to know. I don't know if the right is it to do it by dollar amount. You know, like maybe if the general fund is contributing 60,000 and above to it, that we need to look into it because we're going to have to make some budget cuts, and I think to streamline it, if we knew what the general fund was funding in the LCAP, that if we had a study session on that, that we can get more fine-tuned about where we want to save money, if I'm making myself clear.
President Peterson, we have a public comment on this, Marianne. Is that, no? Okay, good. Then I can speak differently. There are lots of things that we can do. I feel like when we have our study session on the school dashboard, that is also a good opportunity to come back into the LCAP, because there's some definition of terms that I want to make sure that before the board gives us direction, and there's consensus on that the concept of the general fund dollars is we started to get into last time. Local control funding formula, supplemental and concentration funds are considered general fund dollars. These plans are approved in a 3-year cycle. And if we were to get in, if there were consensus at the board to interrupt that cycle for this 3-year plan, there will be, I don't want to say consequences, but there are definite processes that we will have to engage if that becomes your direction. You have the absolute authority to do that. But if that were the case, then we would need to come to you and say, okay, if we were to interrupt this approve of the implementation of the LCAP as it was approved, and as we do these annual updates, I would like the opportunity as staff to provide you with what would the ramifications of that be. And all of that just comes down to terminology. When we use the term general fund, Asan, Joey, and I know, look at that face. Right, restricted funding, general fund, but when we look at the supplemental and concentration funding, that is general funds.
So unrestricted, okay? Because the point that I'm trying to make is we're trying to save money wherever we can save money, right? And just because we've done something for 5 years doesn't mean we need to continue to do it for another 5 years. And what we're looking at is what are we spending money on that we're not getting the ROI on? Like, we're spending $200,000, but do we have to spend that $200,000? Can we still achieve what we want to achieve without spending it? So if the term is unrestricted, then that's the term I want to use. But we have to do it. Like, it's not. We don't want to continue doing things because we've always had it approved. We want to start looking at things where, by removing bodies for $50,000, $60,000 is not going to take us to our budget goal. Like everybody understands that. We're going to have to look at some big ticket items that we've used unrestricted funds on that we might not be getting the result we think we're getting. And that's the type of information that we need so that we can make a decision as a board to save those big pockets of money. So if unrestricted funds that are used in the LCAP, then that's what we need to concentrate on. Then that's what I want to request, that we start looking at unrestricted funds that can be saved to help us get our budget goal.
I hear that request. A portion, as we discussed at the last meeting, a big portion of this, we're going to take a big swing at this at our July 8th meeting is our focus on budget. We will be coming to all of you with, again, terminology matters. We were just talking about this earlier, fixed versus unfixed costs. But we want to be precise about the terminology because, again, coming back to the LCAP, unrestricted general fund or unrestricted general fund or general fund dollars, both of those terms are the same when it comes to supplemental and concentration funds. And so we just want to make sure that as you give us direction, that you understand the implications for that, especially when it comes to the LCAP, because the terminology matters a lot.
I think we have a good idea of the direction of how to present in July 8th, the level of detail that you guys gave us feedback last board meeting as far as fixed costs, non-fixed costs, payroll fixed costs, non-payroll fixed costs, and then we'll have it divided into like unrestricted and restricted so you could see the difference and try to group it together in different categories where it's departmentalized or like makes sense.
So I actually disagree a little bit with President Peterson. So I think when we look at this, right, like what this document of our LCAP actions with price tags attached to it, to me, it's not just an issue of where is the money coming from. Is it coming from supplemental concentration or is it coming from unrestricted general funds? I also want to know, how are we measuring impact, right? So because if it's something that we are seeing results from, even if it's a relatively big ticket item, then, you know, that's what we're here for, right? The results for kids. So like, how do we, if it's only where it's coming from, that's not really telling us the whole story, right? It's partly, what does it cost? Where does it come from? And what difference is it making? And how are we measuring that difference? Right? And then have conversations, because then you're comparing like apples to apples, right?
Well, the point I was trying to make, if it's something that is not impactful, right now we're trying to save money in the budget. So it could be something that's not impactful, and we can say, okay, we don't want to do this anymore, but it could be a restricted fund that says you only can spend the money on this. And what I want to know is the stuff that I can save first. Like, that's the main conversation. So if it's something that we don't need to do anymore, but it's a restricted fund and we have to spend it on something in that category, that doesn't help us save from the budget. I want to know the stuff that if it's not impactful and we don't do it, is that something that's unrestricted where we can save that money by not doing it, and not saying that this is not being impactful, switch it to somewhere else, because that doesn't save us any money.
But it does, and that's kind of my point, right? Like, so let's say we have something that's coming out of concentration dollars that as a board we feel like is not a wise investment of concentration dollars. We still have to serve those students, but we don't have to serve those students with that thing, right? We could move something else that the board feels is really important into those supplemental or concentration dollar actions.
And then save the money on the
and
other
then
side.
save the money on the other
Okay,
side,
okay,
right? So I really
understand what
think
you're saying.
it is a bigger conversation than just where is the money coming from. It's where's the money coming from, where does it go, how is it impacting students, and I think critical to that is, how are we measuring impact? Because that's really where it's at, right?
Well, here's the thing that I don't want to do, which seems like we've been doing, is that we talk about what we want to do and we don't focus on exactly what's going to save us money, and then we kick it another 2 weeks. And then we say, no, that's not what we wanted. And then we kick it another 2 weeks. The one thing I know we want is money that we will actually save would be unrestricted. So that's why if we start there and we know we're getting that information, we can go into the other categories. But I don't want to go to July 8th and we don't concentrate on what's really going to save us money and then wait another 2 weeks to talk about it again. That's the part that I don't want to do, because we've done that 3 times where we've come to have a study session, we get to the study session, but we were on different frequencies about what information that we want. If we know we want to definitely concentrate on unrestricted funds, then if something else comes out of that, then that's great. But I just want to make sure that unrestricted funds is talked about, because that's where we're going to save the money. And then the rest of it, where we switch this for that, if that comes to that meeting, that's great. But I just don't want to have another meeting to talk about having another meeting.
And with that, I'll move approval of the plans, because we're a little bit off topic with everything else. I understand where it's going, but.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, number 8, budget again.
I feel like we could just say ditto, right? Like, I think you understand where we are on this, and we definitely want more information and a deeper conversation. But because we are on a timeline, I will move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, and I will confirm that on the July 8th meeting, we will be breaking down the entire district budget into restricted and unrestricted dollars, and we will be grouping it in a lot of different ways. I don't know if Joey is still here. He's not. I don't see him. But I want to thank Joey because the effort going into that presentation is immense among all of his other obligations. So thank you, Joey.
Okay, we've already done 2, so we're going to go down to 3. Request for approval for contracts exceeding $25,000.
So I had a question about all the curriculum items 10 through, well, not IXL because we did that one and we talked about Amira. But so not 17 and 18, but 10 through 19. Are these are renewals, and are we, I know you said that earlier we're dropping some things as we added the IXL, but I guess my question is, it seems like we have a lot of different things here, and is there a way to streamline or reduce some of these things so that we're narrowing our pool?
In our process for considering whether or not IXL was viable, financially, there was a full review of everything that we felt like we could eliminate. What's included on here are many of them are renewals, like Elevation, that's our EL monitoring platform, Lexia, EL curriculum, their Sunday licenses, intensive intervention curriculum. Many of them are renewals of platforms that we need that cannot be replaced by IXL. The one new one here, I believe, is to step up to writing. And I see Annie is still there. Oh, good, she's... and you can talk about the process for determining how we need step up to writing.
Yeah, we've, through our benchmark curriculum, we found some holes through the years. And so Step Up to Writing and Learning A to Z are the two that we're bringing in to kind of help fill that, especially with writing. So Learning A to Z would be for TKK first, and then 2nd through 5th would be using Step Up to Writing as a writing supplementary program for benchmark. And then with Step Up to Writing, we can align it to our current benchmark units, and we can also, when we get a new curriculum and with the new frameworks and things are out, it can be used then. It started as a system, and it's expanded from there.
So, is that different from Learning Without Tears? Because that's kind of like writing.
Learning Without Tears is the overarching for the TKK 1. So it's different grade levels. So number 12 is TKK first, and number 15 is 2nd through 5th.
And these, again, we squeezed pretty hard on the platforms with respect to the IXL proposal. These are areas that are data-based that we need improvement in, particularly as a part of our literacy curriculum in elementary.
So what have we been using for writing for 2 through 5, if this is new?
Judge Benchmark. Our adopted language arts curriculum, and it's weak, and they've updated in their newer curriculums, but we still have the 2017 version. And this is for Step Up to Writing, it's one time, and then there's online licenses moving forward.
So then can I just ask, sorry, President Peterson, so before these come for us next year for a renewal, can we get some data on who's using them, like, you know?
Yeah, in our grade level collaboratives too, we've rewritten all of our rubrics, our writing rubrics, and that's part of our focus next year will be to have the same evaluations, and we'll bring them there and grade across the district, so we'll have that too.
So how was Step Up to Writing chosen? Did you have a team that piloted it?
We had a literacy committee, and then we talked about it. So we looked at 3 different platforms. We looked at Haggerty, we looked at Step Up to Writing, and we looked at Thinking Maps. And so from that, we found Step Up to Writing really hit all the areas the teachers were asking for. And then, but it wasn't foundational enough for our TKK first, and that's where we reached out to Learning Without Tears.
So just to clarify, there were teachers on the committee.
There's teachers on, it's a literacy committee, so it's made up of teachers, intervention teachers, principals, so and other staff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you able to integrate this step up to writing, any other reading programs? I know reading and writing are kind of synonymous, so
and
it flows well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll all integrate, which is really nice. That's one of the things we were looking for. Mm-hmm.
So again, just to be clear, this is not including IXL and not including Amira, which the board took separate action on those two items. We're talking about $700,000 in curriculum supports. So that's why I think we want to make sure that that comes back to us.
Yeah. And I think going forward, in order to us to fall in line budget-wise, this is the kind of thing that every year we got to start looking at the feedback of what we approved the year before, right? So we approved $700,000 worth of stuff. Did we only need to approve $400,000? You know, like we just got to really get on that pattern of looking back. And I think we actually have that in future board items about the follow-up, about, you know, is it 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, that we're following up on decisions that we made to see the result.
For 29 and 30, just, this is not, we're hiring $600,000 worth of staff. This is just in case scenario, correct?
So these are contracts, and I'm actually glad that this part of the conversation was happening before. The special ed contracts are completely emblematic of this conversation on curriculum. In previous years, these line items would have been in the millions of dollars. So obviously those are not complete savings because we've hired a lot of those individuals in-house. But even that, as we know, has a savings somewhere between 30-ish% up to 50% of the total costs. So this is, I'm glad you called attention to this. These are the agency staffings, and these would be, so like for example, 29 and 30 are not specific to students versus the VCOE and agency services. These would be contracts for staffing agencies. And again, in previous years, most notably the last year, this amount was closer to almost $2 million.
Can I get some further explanation on the health solutions, what they do?
Health, which line item, sorry, Dr. Dannenberg?
The last one, 30.
Primary Care Health Solutions Incorp. That's special ed. Come on up.
So good evening, everybody. Sorry, it's like 10 o'clock. So the Prime Care Health Solutions and the 360 degrees primarily staff all the para positions that we have left on contracts. We have about 29 left right now out of the 200 plus we had a couple of years ago. We continue to hire in-house and move away from contracts. We've been moving away at a steady rate of about 5 per month. Like Dr. Castro was saying here, the contract totals here, we have eliminated 7 contracts that we brought to the board at the same time last year. Those total about $2.64 million that we're not bringing forward. The contracts that are on here right now, Prime Care, we're looking at, I have it right here. From this year, we're at about $535,000. The Addison contract on there, we're at about $435,000. And then that Behavior Insights is replacing a contract that we replaced mid-year that was costing us about $200,000, so down to $96,000.
Go back to the Prime Care, the Prime Health. My question is, are those aides or are those?
Those are, yeah, paraprofessional.
Are they specialized aides for like medically fragile students, or are they just aides?
They're just aides.
Okay.
So special ed 2, right?
Yeah, special ed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Special ed, the title of the vendor is a little bit misleading, I think, Dr. Dannenberg, is what you're getting at. It makes it seem like it's some sort of specialized healthcare provider.
Yeah, a lot of the providers have fancy names like that. All right.
And I'm sorry, actually, I had another question about the item 9, the SRO. contract. So our expenditure is 488. The contract says not to exceed 966. Can someone clarify? Because in the past, I know the city shared it 50-50, which is kind of what it seems like this is, but it doesn't specifically say that we're sharing it 50-50.
VUSD is potentially on the hook for up to $5,000 if we use the drug sniffing dogs. But the other than the 5,000, it is 50-50 of the total cost for the year.
Okay, because it doesn't say that it's a shared cost. It says not to exceed $966,000.
Are you just looking at the amendment?
Yeah, there's an attached, there was an attached breakdown of the VUSD detail, and yeah. Yeah, okay.
But still, why would ours be up to $988,000 if we're only on the hook for 50%?
That's the total. The 988 is the total. We're on the hook for half of that.
I entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we've moved conference item A1 down, so we're on B1, Jumpstart Preschool Program Annual Advisory Report.
Do we need to extend the meeting?
Prior to 10:30, yes.
Yeah.
10:30. Okay, sorry, I was thinking 10 o'clock.
Thank you, President
But we're-
Peterson. It's my pleasure to introduce Cara Dallamora to present this item.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cara Dallamora. I'm the EC coordinator for Jumpstart.
How do you
I'm
spell
not
that? Is it C-A-R-A?
C-A-R-A, Cara.
I love
And-
that name, thank you.
Is it your daughter's name?
Well, it's car rep, we say car rep, same thing.
My legal name is Carolyn, so it goes Carolyn. All right. So I've had the honor to be in front of you a couple of times now. I'll be going over some of the same information and also adding some other information in there that I think would be beneficial in understanding Jumpstart. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is just our overview of the program. So we have 6 site locations. At all locations, we have 2 programs, an AM program and a PM program. Would you like the name of the locations? No. So at each site, we have a site leader that is required by our community care licensing, so our regulatory body, Title 22, and we have 12 teachers. So at each site, we have 3 individuals who are educators who are working with children. We have 6 inclusive programs, so that means that at every site we have a mandatory set aside by our grant that 7% of our enrollment of children need to, are children with IFSPs or IEPs, so they're children with exceptional needs. And our goal is actually much higher than that, which we do reach between 20 and 30%. So this year, for example, we're at 22%. So 5 of our classrooms, our goal is the 30% with special needs to general ed. 1 of our classrooms this next year coming up will have 49 to 51%, so it will be a full inclusion program. Our ratios, student to teacher, 8-to-1 for 2, 3, and 4-year-old children. That is grant required. If for any reason we take more than 30% of our enrollment from their 2-year-olds, so any child under 3, we have to reduce that ratio to a 4-to-1. So our optimal grant and licensing capacity is 16 to 20 students a day. There is a cost model scenario that's a little bit later that'll show why that is what we're aiming for, really aiming for 20. But one of our sites is only licensed for 16, so really it's 16 to 20. And then children in the program this year, we've had 188 students, which average children per day part, meaning per AM or PM, 15.7. So some do have 20, some do have 16. It gives us our average.
Can I ask you real quick about your...
Pardon?
Can I ask you real quick about your ratio?
Please.
For special ed?
Yeah.
So it's 49 special ed, 51 general. They all have IEPs? Is that how you...
IEPs or IFSPs, so
IEPs,
yeah, they're the children under 3 who
Okay.
have.
And if we go over that, then it becomes a special ed class, and then we got to get a special ed teacher, correct?
Well, we wouldn't go over it
But you
because,
would.
it's not something that.
No, you wouldn't do it.
Yeah, that we're able to do. So right now, we're quite careful. We have 20 children enrolled in that program, and we have 9 children with IEPs. So the program for next year is fully enrolled at 20, and we've got 9 children with IEPs.
Okay.
What we're hoping to do is to provide, which we've done in the past, paraeducators who might come in with, let's say, experience with behavioral children, if that makes sense. So that might support the teams.
And then if you get students who have IEPs and it goes over that percentage, what happens to those students typically?
They get pushed to other sites. So essentially, if I understand your question, so essentially we try to offer sites first choice for parents and second choice for parents. However, as long as we can try to provide space per the purview of the grant at any of our sites, then they could potentially go to any of our sites. And there's actually transportation that at times can be provided depending upon how far away and what their needs are.
Appreciate it. Just one last question.
Yeah.
And they get full inclusion, those ones that weren't able to get into that site with that inclusion site. There's no
Yes.
guarantee of inclusion at the other sites. Is that correct?
There's always, all our sites are
have
inclusive.
inclusion.
The difference between inclusive and inclusion in our terminology is just, are we going to the 30% or above the 30%? So up to 30% would be inclusive, over the 30% would be inclusion, but it's actually the same exact thing. It just depends on
Because they're all in the general ed setting.
Yeah,
Okay.
with general ed. So they're with general ed
So they're
students.
included. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
exactly. Okay. Thank you for your question. So I thought I would add a slide on the benefits of Jumpstart. Oftentimes, some individuals throughout the district, they don't know enough about Jumpstart, and part of the reason why I believe so strongly in these types of programs leading into school districts. One of them is that we attract and accept students from the entire Ventura County region. So we're not just, so essentially, we can take students from Oxnard, we can take students from Santa Paula, we can take students from any of the school districts in Ventura County, and we do. So that increases VUSD enrollment potential to include children that are normally outside the district. And what we find is that if children and families are happy at their school, they tend to want to stay within the district. So we seed students into the district TK and K programs, so 90%, and that's a low estimate, but 90% of our enrollment from this past year continued on to district TK and kindergarten programs. We identify and address, because of our inclusiveness, at an earlier age, children with exceptional needs, setting up better success as they matriculate into the district. We are on top of, through our assessments, through universal screeners, making referrals for children who do come into our program who then may need support moving forward. And we then we work with the Early Intervention Center to work on having the support for the children in our programs before they even move into higher education. We set a positive tone with families in the community because we're their first contact with the district, so we want to make sure that they have a very good experience with us. And then we self-fund with supports from grants and cooperation from the district, but we are fully grant funded. So some of the problems, so I've been here 2.5 years, so some of the problems that I think have been historically part of the problem, part of the program we are addressing. So the first may be family needs are under-optimized. So we weren't earning what we call our MRA. MRA is our maximum reimbursable amount. It means the amount that we can earn through the grant. So we weren't earning that because of enrollment, lower enrollment. So fewer families were being served, declining enrollment in the program, potential reduction to feed upper grade programs. So all the things that come along with being underutilized. How we've worked on remediating this or addressing the issues are we have consolidated children into fewer sites. So one of our sites we have closed. That reduces staff. So staff who were positions that were open, we no longer had to hire for those positions. We've also centralized enrollment. So I've taken on enrollment as administrator. So I'm essentially doing with my administrator all enrollment ourselves. And that has really benefited not only the sites, because the site leaders can focus on other aspects of quality in the program, but also it allows us to apply grant criteria that needs to be applied. As well, we don't lose the potential to enroll students because parents walk in, they're handed a packet, and there's no of enrollment and there's no follow-up being done. So the follow-up is being done carefully. We're following through carefully. So there's an ongoing survey of families' childcare needs, the length of the day, the site location, the ability to pay. That's done through a program survey evaluation, as well as staff and parent surveys that we then evaluate to see what it is that parents are looking for, and then trying to make those adjustments. So I've also, through VICO, we've researched and visited other programs they've set up through a consortium, other programs to go look at to see how they're set up, how they're funded, how many children they have, how many staff sites members they have, et cetera. So enrollment practices, the difficulty with enrollment in the past that I've mentioned is that our enrollment used to start in May prior to the attending year, and then August is really when all the enrollment happened, but now we've shifted that to year-round. Summer break stopped the enrollment process, but now I'm 12 months, so I continue to enroll all throughout the summer. Enrollment was done at sites, and inconsistent criteria and priority for enrollment was applied. So there's 7 or 8 different criteria that need to be applied that actually has to be done with fidelity. And if it's not done with fidelity, we're not actually meeting requirements of the grant. So we are also, I've developed a database, or we have developed a database to house waitlist candidates all throughout the year. So now we have over 300 people who have been waiting throughout the year to come into the program, and we are then addressing what it is where they'd like to be, if that makes sense, in January, February, and March. We can't enroll until April because we have to enroll we can't enroll before 120 days before the program starts. So that means we can't enroll before April. However, we can set it up so that families have paperwork, they know where they're going, and then we can start enrollment when we need to, whereas before we were just enrolling when it started, when we knew that we could start to enroll. We also are accepting more children with IEPs and IFSPs. So having the more properly trained staff, if that makes sense, better trained staff, we are able to work with children with special needs in a better way. And we also are using something called, we haven't started yet, but we're in the process of training on a child care database management system called Care Connect, Care Wait. So right now, the burden of enrollment has been on my shoulders, and administrative shoulders, and that's been mighty, I would say. So whereas before it was divided between 6 or 7 sites, now enrolling myself 200, 250 students has been, difficult. So that's not the direction we'd like to head in, because that also can lead to mistakes and errors. So we have a system that we are training on that we should be starting in September that will take on and move these enrollment families online, if that makes sense. So they can get paperwork online, and we can look online to see what might be missing. So staffing, the staff struggle in meeting the needs of the wide range of children based on age, ability, and social emotional needs. So over the last couple of years, as UTK has taken effect and more of our children have gone on to enroll in TK, the grant has shifted so we can take younger children. As of 2, the date of our program starts, they can be 2 on that date. So the difference between a 2-year-old and a 4 or a 5-year-old is enormous. And the staff have traditionally been able to work with 4 and 5-year-olds quite well. But now that most of our children are 2 and 3, and there's multi-age ranges, so they can be between 2 and 4. We've had to do a lot of focused training on supporting staff on how to work with multi-age children, on children with special needs, and inclusion on 2-year-old children, on toddlers. So we have received more grants in addition to our CSPP, California State Preschool Program grant, which is the mainstay that pays for the program itself in full. Something called CalBloom, we acquired this past year with an additional $90,000 to provide ongoing coaching and training for our sites for embedded instruction. So that's coaches that come in and work with our teams so that they can work with children with special needs, because we've increased the amount of children with special needs. We are working with BCOE for ongoing training for not just children with special needs, but also multi-age developmental curriculum, assessment, understanding, and other needs. And hopefully as we do this and increase the skill and the understanding and the ability of staff, the quality of our program increases, which of course should improve our enrollment possibilities.
Sorry, can I just interrupt to ask a question?
Yes, please.
So the program is free to families who participate.
Yes,
correct?
to eligible
But there's
families.
but they income qualify.
Yes.
And so the wait list that you have is all people who qualify to participate.
Right. So our on the Ventura Unified website, we have our program, and it's listed all of the criteria as well as the schedule, which changes every year, the financial thresholds that they have to meet. And then they fill in through a link on the website. They answer questions, and one of the questions is, what is your, which we need to know their gross monthly income. So there's some screening beforehand. In addition, 10% of enrollment can exceed the threshold by 15%. But in all the enrollment that I've done and the people who are waiting right now, there's about 160 families, only 2 have exceeded. So for the most part, most of our families, all our families meet the criteria. Yeah, and they're pretty careful about it because of the fact that they know that they can show up and complete enrollment, but without financial certification, they can't join. The benefit, though, of financial certification is it's a month of certification, so they can make more money in the month of April, but in the month of May, if they qualify, they can be certified, and it's for 2 years. And then in the month of June, they may make more money and wouldn't qualify. However, if they can qualify for that 1 month, they can join the program. But we usually find that most families qualify throughout the year.
You said a lot of these students are from outside our district, and that a lot of them choose to stay in our district. And you said that as a benefit. My question becomes, for those that are special needs and on special needs, do the special need kids go back to their home district so their home district gets caught with the burden of paying for any extra costs? Or are we assuming those extra costs by keeping them here?
It's an interesting question. So it's not a lot, and if I said a lot, I misspoke. So we don't have a lot. I would say of the 160 we have enrolled, probably 4% of them are outside of the district. Most of them don't have IEPs and IFSPs coming from outside the district because they go through the Early Intervention Center, the referral process, and I don't know what their requirements are, but most of the children, if not all, it's a good question, I can take a look, but if not all, they're all within the district. Because the services that they're receiving they won't want to travel far for those services. So either they'll go to the early intervention center or the early intervention center comes to us, and they want to maintain those services for their kids.
Let's pause for a second because we have 7 more slides, and even if we spend 2 minutes, it's going to take us over our voting. So we just need to decide on, we have 3 more items, so we're going to need to decide on what we want to accomplish and what time we want to vote to end.
4 more items.
Okay, so we've already done the emergency preparedness. So we have joint use agreement, we have the bond implementation plan, and then you have the consent calendar.
Yeah,
he's moved that to the, we moved that in the beginning to the bottom.
You can keep bumping me down. That's why.
But if we want to go, we just need to discuss what we want to do. I'm open for any suggestion.
Well, I will need a health break, but I'm happy to go the full. I have concerns about us always like pushing to the next meeting, and then we just end up with these like crazy long agendas. So I'm happy to stay and power it out if we can.
Yeah, because July 8th is going to be a packed meeting too, just so we understand.
July 8th is going to be a packed agenda, yes.
And we have 2 staff members who've already waited till 10:30 to do their presentations, so I think we should.
So we just move it to 11:30?
So, I'll entertain a motion to extend to 11:30.
So moved.
And then we'll take a 10-minute break after this presentation.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll just
Motion
move.
carries 5-0.
Okay. All right, so we'll finish with this presentation. We'll
Terrific.
take a 10-minute break, and then we'll continue.
All right.
Thank you for the pause.
I'll move quickly.
Oh, we got all night now. Go ahead.
So ongoing steps for continuous improvement. So we looked at a lot of cost model scenarios to try to see whether we should, if possible, extend to a full day, to move to different sites, to what we could do in order to cut costs. And there is a cost model scenario that is included, so we can take a look at that when we get there. Increase marketing, community outreach, just to be intentional in our impact. So there are different things that we can do to make sure that we are letting the community know that we are here, we are available. We take in younger children, and children don't need to be potty trained. Those 2 things are key. And parents still don't know about it. They'll still call and ask me questions, even with the outreach that we've done. So addressing family needs, identifying potentially underserved communities. We do have sort of a gap in one of our areas, so we have looked at a couple of different schools to see if some of those classroom sites would benefit us or work for us, and and for the school, they haven't quite yet. So just take a look at the amount of children who are remaining in the district as a result of Jumpstart, optimize class locations, and manage staffing to identify best fit for program needs and maximize training benefits. So this cost model scenario, just so I can explain some parts of it that might be, has some acronyms. So it is just about staffing, other costs, and indirect costs. So CDTs are child development teachers. IDC is just indirect costs. That's what that's the overhead. And so it's the amount of money that the district gets for the overhead. It's about 8%, 8.65% this year. And if you take a look at 2 staff with 16 kids, we have a bit of a surplus. 3 staff, 16 kids, we're in deficit. That's where we were this year, and part of the reason why we were looking at the different cost model scenarios. And then if we have 3 staff with 20 kids, once again, we have a bit of a surplus. And this is just for our California State Preschool Program funds. This doesn't include all the other grants and other funding that we have.
Sorry, can I just interrupt really
please.
quick? This is questions for you, Gina. So these staff would be subject to the same, or actually maybe it's for you, Andrea, sorry. They would be subject to the same notification requirements, right? So whatever we decide, next year we're already staffed where we're staffed.
That's correct.
So part of the recommendations are to target higher value students. It's challenging to know how exactly to do that other than through community outreach and just letting families know that we do take children with IEPs, IFSPs, also younger children. Maintain our 3 staff members and grow enrollment to exceed our 16 children. Adjust site locations, look for additional sites, and utilize the budget rollover reserves if, for whatever reason, it's what has always been happening. Reserves are used on and off throughout the years, and but throughout COVID, getting one-time funds that have been rolled over and can continue to be rolled over in different areas. Those are always being used in our working budget.
Why are some students higher value than others?
So the way that the grant works is some students are, all students are given, are weighted and given a value based on the type of student that they are. So children with IEPs are weighted the highest. So let's say, just to give an example, for a full day program there, we would receive $95 per day per child when they attend, whereas 2, 3, and 4-year-old children would be about $67 or $68, and then children who are 4 and above and 5 would be, $55. And so, depending upon the type of child they are, that's the amount of money that you would receive for them per day. And part of the reason for that is that they would like, the grant would like the most needy of children and families to receive care. So the hope is you're applying all criteria, they're all coming in, let's say, in a certain order, and that you're providing care for those children in order.
I have a question as well, and
Please.
it's a clarification.
Yeah.
Did you say earlier that there was a waiting list to get in?
So we call it an interest list, and it's a waiting list. So yes, right now we have 33 children who are still waiting, and part of the reason is that they're looking for particular sites. So at the end of June, we will start to offer other sites, other programs for them. Most families don't take them for various reasons. However, some do. So usually 50%, let's say 15 of those 33 will probably move into other sites, and 15 will wait. So if we have other children who do then move on, we can move them into the program. Although, frankly, by the start of school, generally families have found care for their children because they're working families or they're at school or whatever they're doing. So they usually find care. However, we have rolling enrollment, so we take students in at any time all throughout the year. Quality improvement plan. So this is generally what we talked about. So essentially we have assessments that we have to do throughout the year based on the grant. And those assessments give us information about how to have quality programs, where we might be lacking in quality and where we might have strengths. So what we have found through assessments and survey evaluation, the summary of findings, is that families, we need to increase opportunities for their involvement in the classrooms as well as more multicultural experiences. For staff, we need to continue to provide ongoing training to strengthen implementation of assessment tools. The assessments that they are implementing, oftentimes the summary of findings, when I put them together and come up with percentages, their summary of findings don't actually, they're not quite in line with what the data shows. So they need more support in figuring out how to apply assessment tools. And then, results-driven changes to the classroom and curriculum so that it actually provides them the information they need to make changes. So we want to have staff support each other. So some of our staff are very strong in certain areas. Assessments might be one of them. We want them to be able to support each other so that they can, those that need more help can get the help from other staff members, and then keep working on multi-age and inclusive education. So for administration, continue to modify school sites. So if we need to adjust school sites, if we need to continue to consolidate children, if we need to continue to look at different areas where sites might be, and continue to centralize overall program enrollment. That has been the biggest change. So this year we had 188 children total. At the moment, we've enrolled 160. We have 62 appointments that have been made for children to enroll and 33 waiting. So it's been a huge improvement taking on the enrollment and doing it throughout the year and having a wait list. And then classroom, continue to add individualized adaptive equipment. So we'll have more children with inclusive needs, so we'll need more support for them in the classroom, continue to assess and adjust classrooms for multi-age and inclusive children. So our 2-year-old children, we have to create different areas of the classroom for them because their needs are very different. And then adjust and improve classroom environment and curricula based on our summary findings. So the evaluations, the assessments. We need to change things in the classroom to come in line with what we want to provide. Next steps, ongoing enrollment focus and process improvement, continued staff training routines. Seek additional sources. So applying for this grant, for example, the Cal Bloom grant is what allowed us to have an additional $90,000 this year for embedded instruction for inclusion. Build community outreach, finish onboarding the database management system we were talking about, Care Connect. Continue assessment and adjustment of the classroom locations and staffing mix, and continue to track and report children that are fed into TK and kindergarten. So I don't have questions there. One of the things that might not come through is the idea that we have, we've got Title 22 that is our health and safety code, Title 5, which is part of the ed code. We have the grants, community care licensing. We've got a lot of different organizations that we have to meet requirements and standards and rules. And one of the things that will challenge our program is if we are diminishing our staff to 2 staff members, we would have to reduce our enrollment from, let's say, 20 to 16, and then we would maybe out of ratio often because of the fact that with 2 staff members and 16 children, when we have to maintain a 1-to-8 ratio, if a staff member is out sick, if they step out to the bathroom, if they have to take a child to the nurse, if they have to go to the cafeteria, it leaves 1 staff member with over the 1-to-8, putting us out of compliance. And that would happen multiple times throughout the day. In addition, we are required by licensing to have a site leader. So I am a coordinator. I coordinate all the programs. In order for the programs to run, you must have a director or a site leader at every site. They must be there for the entirety of the day. And that I run more than one site. I can't be at every site for the full day. So they have to have a site leader and then the child development teachers in order to maintain ratio. So that would be my recommendation as we move forward. Increase enrollment rather than reduce staff. So I don't know if you have questions. Thank you for listening to me. I know it's late. I appreciate it.
So you're not necessarily asking us to give input on the scenarios. I did want to just say thank you for centralizing the enrollment. I coincidentally was at the front desk earlier, and Maria was saying that you've been just super busy with a stream of kids, which is great because families need to be able to make that decision not in August, right? Like they need to plan. And so I think centralizing that made a lot of sense, and I'm sure that's going to help keep your numbers up. But you mentioned that like if somebody goes to the bathroom, then you're out of compliance. But even with the 3 staff members and 20 kids, if someone goes to the bathroom, you're still out of compliance.
Well, we're out of compliance for our grant. So what our grant wants is for us to be at 1-to-8. What our licensing requirement is closer to a 1-to-10. So we're not out of compliance with licensing. And licensing is the organization that if they came in and saw us out of ratio, we would be cited. And we have been cited. So it really comes down to making sure that we have the right amount of staff hired for the grant. They can step out. But for licensing, we have to ensure that we have the right amount of people within the classroom at any given time. And what the staff do is if you have 2 staff members or a staff member who is out and another has to step out, they take children with them. It's not ideal, but if they need to take 4 children with them in order to maintain ratio in the classroom, they take 4 children with them to pick up, cafeteria items or, yeah. It's a good question.
Well, thank you for being the person that knows all aspects of it too, because sometimes we get presenters that only know one side and they go, oh, we got to come back with this. So we do appreciate that you know all aspects of the program. So
thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, next we're on to C1. bond implementation. Oh, actually, we're gonna take our 10-minute break, and then we'll be back. Okay, hold on back there. We're gonna take a break until 10:40. All right, now for the exciting part, the board implementation plan and bond project update.
Good evening, board. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. No better way to wrap up the night than a little bond update. We are taking bets up here with the executive cabinet on how fast I can get through this presentation. Yeah, I already. So the purpose of this presentation is trying to give you an overview of the projects we've completed over the course of the last year. Projects we're in the process of designing, and the projects that are projected out for the next 2 to 3 years. We'll also go over kind of the status of state matching funds and an overall budget overview of amount of money we spend and encumbered. So vision and goals for the bond is basically to improve the overall quality of Ventura's unified school districts and their facilities. Our focus is to address immediate needs while also ensuring we are forward-thinking and consider future needs. Using the previously approved implementation plan and current facility needs, we are scheduling and prioritizing improvements and sequencing projects to best serve the district. Each goal, our project is to establish an open and communicated design process, adjust district priorities while being fiscally responsible, as well as deliver a project that captures what is best for VUSD, staff, and most importantly, our students. Before I get too far, I also want to take this opportunity to thank the taxpayers for providing us this gift of much needed facility improvements. So I did not want to miss the opportunity to thank the taxpayers for that. So this is the implementation plan that was presented earlier this year in January that showed some cost escalations and some cost savings that we were seeing from our last year's projects. Not much has changed since January. We are keeping an eye on escalating prices due to the volatility of the tariffs and just overall cost. We haven't seen anything that has really exceeded to where it's bumped up the numbers to where we have to reevaluate this. But we are keeping our tabs on the market, as well as using our partners with Balfour Beatty and their market share to see what the nation pricing market looks like. We will continue to utilize piggyback agreements, CMAS, OmniSource, et cetera, to procure materials to secure best pricing. Knowing that, these agreements have been vetted through other bidding processes, we see that we're saving considerable amount of money utilizing them. And please stop me at any time for questions as I progress through this presentation. So, district-wide security camera install. As of May 2025, we've installed 539 new cameras across 14 campuses. And we're projected to complete the entire district by summer of 2026. We prioritized high schools, middle schools, and some more of our campuses that see a little bit more activity, if you will. So, not a huge update with there. We're still progressing, still planning, meeting with the principals to figure out what the best location and blind spots are to, get an overall view of the campus. Next is our elementary school playground replacement update. So we've completed 4 playgrounds at Mountain, Elmhurst, Montalvo, and J. Sarah. Portola was elevated over the course of the last few months, so we're projected to begin that project winter of this year during the winter break. We just wrapped up design with the principal over there, and we should be procuring the equipment fairly soon. So as you can see, our plan throughout the next 3 years is laid out here. It was important for us to accommodate TK play with the kinder playgrounds. It is also important to make sure that we include inclusive play equipment to promote play for all. And with the restrictions we have, it was important that we provide natural shade with planting of trees. And it also just brings in a greener environment as well.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
So Accommodating the TK play equipment in the kinder playgrounds, is that still, it says 2 to 5, so is that still the same age range? It's not like you have to have separate areas?
Same age
for the-
range, yeah.
okay.
We just need to make sure we install play equipment that can accommodate the 2-year-old age.
Okay.
And then Lemon Grove just got a big new
Yeah.
playground, so why are they on here again?
Just the kinder. Yeah. Yeah, so we won't be touching the one that was just installed 3-4 years ago. Yeah, so it would just be the kinder. Yeah. And same with, there was another, maybe that was it. Oh, no, Poinsettia as well.
Oh, Poinsettia.
Yeah, Poinsettia is a fairly new playground as well. I think that was installed maybe 7-8 years ago. So when we get down to 2028, we'll reevaluate and see the condition. This next slide is our HVAC installation project update. So we started the HVAC install at 4 sites this summer, Elmhurst, Montalvo, Mound, and Atlas. We went with the recommendation to move with our east schools towards the west, just due to the overall increase in temperature. And currently we have Loma Vista, Poinsettia, and Lemon Grove in design. We're planning on submitting to DSA within the next month or two. So we got a good jump on that, so we can bid out those jobs, hopefully December or January of next year, to secure good contracting and procure any long lead items. Will Rogers, unfortunately, had to be pushed out to summer of 2027 because we'll need to do a full electrical upgrade, new switchgear, because the HVAC equipment we'll be installing the existing infrastructure can't accommodate it. So, but we're planning on, fixing that all up to get it up to spec. All the new HVAC units will be high efficiency heat pumps. So it'll kind of bleed in and marry well with the solar projects that we're installing as well. What's not on here are other future HVAC projects at Buena, Ventura admin offices, as well as VASE.
So I had a question about that one. So Buena and VHS classrooms are already...
Yeah, all of our middle schools and high schools have HVAC or air conditioning.
Okay.
I don't know why, but Buena Ventura admin don't. And they let me know about it, believe me. So, but yeah, the classrooms do have HVAC. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I was going to say, we got a little problem if we're only doing the AC in the admin buildings.
No, it's quite the opposite. Yeah,
okay, just checking.
Next is our roofing installation project update. So we completed 4 last year, and we're doing 5 this year at Cabrillo, Data, Poinsettia, Portola, and Pierpont. And you can see here kind of the way we phased it out based off of facilities recommendation off of their priority. So all roofing is to be manufactured by Garland. So we'll have a district standard across the district. And all the roof material will be purchased through CMAS. Next is our solar project update. This is a lot, so I try to summarize it as best as possible, but we've made considerable headway over the course of the last year, district-wide on basically every campus outside of Ventura High School. So Cabrillo, Foothill, and Sheridan, as well as Sunset, are going to start construction summer of, we've, as you already know, started construction. And in Ventura High School, we're still going under engineering, making sure that we comply with CGS and DSA before we submit those plans. Ventura High School, we've already done the abatement of the classrooms we're removing to accommodate the ground mount units. And I think starting next week, I'll have to double check the schedule, but those buildings are set to be removed next week or the next coming weeks. Next is our LED lighting project update. All the campuses that were identified as part of the planning phase have been completed, including both the stadium lightings at Ventura and Buena High School. It's limited into the campuses you see here because facilities used previous Prop 2 funds to install LED lights everywhere but these sites. So now the district should be canvassed in LED lights. VASE just started yesterday, installing LED lights. So These are other projects that we completed over the course of the last year. I won't go through each and every one, but it's important that we try to spread the wealth as much as we can between athletics, classroom remodelization, performing arts centers, CTE programs. So, we're trying to touch all bases to show the community that we recognize that there's need everywhere, and we're trying to address as much as we can with this hopefully first bond, and we can continue that with another bond with the years to come. Next is our future district initiatives. So we're currently working on athletic stadium surfacing at Buena High School and Ventura High School. Buena High School, as you know, we put out to bid, but we had to unfortunately reject that bid. So we're looking for the next best window, working with the site as well as Dr. Bayless on when that window could be, because it's a lot to move around, especially if you decide to do it during a school year. Both field houses are under design, and those are going to take some time to design, as well as the DSA process. Ventura High School Performing Arts Center upgrades. So that initially started out as a two-phase project addressing the electrical infrastructure as a priority, but it was easier to streamline the project and just do a whole performance upgrade, arts upgrade. So we're just entered into an agreement with LPA Design, and we'll start looking into that very, very soon. Buena High School Culinary CTE room. It was brought to our attention by Ms. Rickard that the Buena High School culinary room needed a transformation immediately. So we hopped on it, working with her as well as I forget the teacher's name. We just met with her last week. So we just completed initial concept designs, had some comments back from the staff, and soon we'll be providing you guys with renderings as well, just so you guys can see the transformation we plan on making in that room. Pool replacement projects, these are big projects. I don't want to say I put them on the back burner, but I put them on the back burner. They're big projects to take on. So we wanted to make sure that we had solid foundation and footing with, the ideas we're implementing as we're going. In a sense, we're building the plane as we're flying it. So to take on two big projects straight away could have had, repercussions we didn't want to occur. So they're still in our plans, still in our sights to make sure that we can, get those pools back up to spec. Cabrillo restroom restoration. Again, it was brought to our attention that these restrooms need some much needed TLC, some infrastructure. So we, again, just entered into an agreement with LPA Design as well to look at that project. Site security, Anacapa fencing. We just finished up 100% design with Petra as well as Robert over at Anacapa. So we'll be submitting to DSA probably within the next 6 weeks to get that project officially DSA approved and out to the streets. Cabrillo fencing we're currently working on as well. Very, very early schematic design and just functionality of what we're trying to accomplish. We put an asterisk next to the PA system and the security enhancements. Yeah. I thought you were waving at me. I was like, we did that because this was kind of escalated. Not kind of escalated, it was escalated. It was put on top of our priority list. So over the course of the last 3-4 weeks, we've met with Dr. Mirza, Dr. Castro, as well as Thomas, the IT director, and myself to strategize, formalize a plan, see what the district needs are, the district wants, and find a vendor that can best suit those needs. So we met with 3 different vendors, Wasiga, Audio Enhancement, and I forget the last one. And Audio Enhancement was, checked all the boxes that we were looking at. budget-friendly, one-time user costs, not multiple years of having to pay licensing fees. So, once the bond money's gone, we don't want to put more burden on the general fund. So we are there currently installing a proof of concept system in the IT boardroom for you guys to come in, as well as the exec cab to come and view the system, as it would be a live system, if you will. So that'll be ready for July 8th for you guys to come and see. Ms. Dom and Dr. Castro's office will reach out and schedule you guys to hopefully have time to come out and view the system. That same night, at the July 8th board, Audio Enhancement will be giving a presentation as well. So it'll be kind of twofold. You get to see it live. The community will be able to see the presentation. And then we're also working on painting and exterior improvements across the district. Just overall, a facelift goes a long ways. So we want to, help improve just the curb appeal of our campuses, but also, maintain, the aesthetics that some of our older campuses have. So it's quite the balance we're trying to figure out. But overall, that's kind of the projects we're working on currently now for the next, 2 to 3 years down the road. Next is our state matching funds update. So the first amount approved to date section, those are currently in the state's hands, waiting in line. So we've been approved for $5.872 million. When we see that money, don't hold your breath. So we anticipate to see that money 6 to 8 years. We'll see. It depends on how the voters vote on the propositions and whatnot. So next, under CDE review, is they're currently reviewing all the plans and all the documentations we have to send them to see the projects that we submitted actually do apply and get approved by CDE. Next group is the amount under district and CLC review. CLC is our consulting firm that helps us identify and apply for these state matching funds. So for Anacapa, for example, we can't apply yet because we have to wait till we have DSA certified projects. So once we get those plans stamped and DSA certified, we'll start applying for that Anacapa big pot of money. Citrus Glen, Data, and Mound, those are under review as well. So currently, we're looking at 12.44 million, but there's a lot more room in that pot of money that we're eligible for. So the one benefit of not having a bond for 27-ish years is that money resets every 20 years. So that pot of money grew considerably. I think the last time I presented it was $92 million that will be potential to receive back once all these monies reset, I believe, in 2028. So we're chasing as much as we can to help extend the life of the bond. Next is our expenditure update. So for the life of the bond from fiscal year 2022 to basically the end of this month, we spent approximately $61.5 million. And we have another $49.2 million encumbered. A lot of that encumbered is current projects that we're going through right now for the summer, as well as a solar project and soft costs for design services, testing agencies, and whatnot. Next is our payroll and CM services that Balfour B80 provides. Overall, we try to keep it lean as possible, but we also don't want to burden ourselves too much and burn ourselves out. So Balfour B80 has been instrumental in the implementation of these projects, as well as the oversight, and just bouncing off ideas and making sure that we can use their expertise and leadership to help me. The beauty about Balfour B80 is once summer kind of winds down, we start trimming the fat. I don't need 6 project managers if there's no projects going on. So that's the flexibility that's been nice. And we plan just to, ebbs and flows as the projects come up and down. So for the first issuance that was issued in 2022, we still have a remaining 54.95 million left, but our encumbered number is pretty dang close to that. So That's why we went out after the second issuance. So it's a nice reset. We're going to try to keep this momentum going. The plan is to try to spend about $40 to $45 million a year. That way we stick to our 2-year issuance plan. Overall, that's it. I welcome any questions, concerns.
Question regarding DSA closeouts. Do we have any left open with DSA, or are they all closed out now?
We have one still open at, Jason's still here? At Poinsettia, right?
We've got one at,
Minor. Nothing like we saw at Ventura High School.
I'm working to, actually, we're working to get it closed out right now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
One in Maria, actually.
So,
Is that the only one? Just one?
Well, there's one at Juana Maria, and there is one at Ventura High, but it's not a bond closeout.
yeah.
Ryan, if you can just repeat what's being said so that way.
Yeah, so we have
audio's
one
recorded.
at Poinsettia, which is minor. It's just complying, making sure that we're complying with ADA slopes on a ramp. And then we have one more at Ventura High School with some stucco repair. We did the stucco install 27, 28 years ago, and during the modernization project. And DSA never approved the attachment method, so it just requires us to basically demo it and redo it. But Facilities has taken that project on. So it's nothing like we saw with the Ventura High School cross bracing project that held up a lot of projects.
Any other questions?
Not really a question, but I just wanted to say, like, the pace of the work you do and the quality is really appreciated. Like, your whole
Thank you.
team, I know you guys are super busy, but you're managing to keep all these balls in the air, which is incredible.
It takes a village, let me tell you.
I'm sure it's not
Yeah.
just you, but
Yeah.
but also, like, I really appreciate the way that you interact with the community and with our staff, because I think that, you know, this, like, anything we do is very public, right?
Yeah.
It's the public's money, it's the public's schools, it's the public's community, and you really seem to appreciate that and interact with people in a way that helps the district move forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Quite candidly, that's my biggest area of improvement is being open to the public. This is a whole new, sector for me. Coming from the contractor side, it's a totally different mentality. So, yeah, still lots of room for improvement, but I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next subject, number 3, is joint use agreements.
Okay.
We have a chair, if you're in need, we have a stool that's
I'm
mic.
actually, you know what, thanks.
No, we
I'm
have
good.
we have a stool over here that's higher
Thank
if
you.
you need it.
45 years of running.
Okay.
We're good. Thanks. Perfect. All right, here we go. You ready? Yeah, if I fall, it's just the wristbanders, so we're good. All right, here we go. So we talked about this, again, maybe a year or so ago. I know there's been some board turnover. I know it's still a subject of communication and conversation in the community. So I know we were asked to bring it again. So what's a joint use agreement? It's basically an agreement between a school district and a local community or city, town, government, in which the district allows that entity to open for community use part or a designated part of a school, such as playgrounds, blacktop, or it could be fields as for designated times. Generally, it's on weekends and holidays, and generally it's when the district is not using the facilities and students and staff are not there. So we did a little research. Mostly Hassan did a little research. Thank you. So there's a lot of misnomers about what is joint use, and basically we came up with a couple of good examples involving school districts. So San Francisco Unified and their Park and Rec district up there, they share a shared schoolyard project where they allow the public to access playgrounds, fields, and green space during weekends and non-school hours. Excuse me. And very similar with Oakland Unified and the Oakland Parks and Rec District, where they allow the city of Oakland to allow community use of the school fields and gardens, again, outside of school hours. So those are true joint use agreements and projects. So Ventura Unified, we have a ton of agreements, contracts, etc. Both people have them with our facilities and we have them with other facilities, but these are not necessarily joint use. So some of these agreements that I'm talking about are like, for instance, the skateboard park next to Pacific High School. That's on VUSD property, but it's a city-run park. People can rent our facilities through our facilities use agreement or program, Facilitron. YMCA uses part of our property for the parking lot. Our VASE rents the adult center on the avenue. County of Ventura and City of Ventura, we have overall agreements where they can use our facilities for emergency use. Henry Lyons Park right here next to Data, that is VUSD property, but again, the city runs it and maintains it. The city rents our facilities for events such like as VYBA, and we do a ton of rental of city facilities like their parks for celebrations, cross-country races, stuff like that. Again,
Eric,
yes.
Sorry, finish it then.
I was just going to say, again, those are not true joint use agreements. Those are different types of agreements.
What is, so for things like the Pacific High School skate park or Henry Lyons, so the city paid to develop our land.
Yes.
Do we get some sort of residual off that, or we still own it if we wanted to?
We still own it. I don't have the contracts right in front of me. The city on some of these pays us a small amount of money, but generally it's not much. These have been very, very long-term agreements.
But if we wanted to say sell?
Well, we'd have to look at the individual agreements because generally most of them have some type of cancellation clause, but it might be for, it might have to be an extended period of time in which you give notice type of thing. But yes, they are still our property.
Are we paying any money for any of this? Or
not those two that.
Well, like these here, are we
losing
losing money?
Yeah, we pay a lot of money. Well, we pay a lot of money to rent city parks for our cross-country races, for our field trips. But a lot of these other things.
But that's our use, though. I'm saying,
yep.
like, does anyone use our property, but we pay to maintain it, and it's not a net to zero?
Well, we increased our usage fees a few years ago to try and do more breaking even. I think we were losing more. Hassan, I don't know if you.
I mean, we've increased our Facilitron fees as well to account for, the grounds department, but, we try to recoup at least all of our payroll costs. I mean, you still have entities that reach out and say, hey, where can I get a break? But we try to stress to them that, look, put in realistic times for your reservations. If you just put in blanket hours, then you'll be charged according to what we see. So a lot of those times are having individual conversations with those entities to kind of actually refine their reservation so it aligns with the time they actually need, so they're charged appropriately.
Well, I just want to make sure, like, I was just on the phone today with our organization, and I just want to make sure that we're not picking and choosing, or if we say, hey, we're going to be net to zero, so we just have to charge you, what we pay, and then other people, we're paying for them to use our facilities.
Well, it depends on what their status is. If they're a nonprofit, they get charged a certain rate, a certain price, and if they're for profit, it's a different rate. But yeah, we don't pick and choose. It's more like we'll get phone calls from entities saying, "Oh my God, what happened to our fees? They went up." So we'd have to really explain, like, "Okay, you're being charged this many hours based on what you entered into the reservation system, based on the time of use of the field, This is what the hourly cost is. This is what the restroom cost is. This is what it costs for a custodian and a grounds person. And then a lot of times what we're finding is they're putting time in just to block it out so it doesn't get booked by other entities or even our internal events, even though we give priority to our internal events, and we have to then talk to those entities and say, hey, you know, we have flag football at this time at this, it's not going to work, you put in a reservation. Unfortunately, we could try to accommodate you at another field, at maybe a middle school or any other field that we have available. But that's how those conversations normally go. So we're not picking and choosing like who we're increasing and decreasing the rates for. We're trying to get people to enter in their reservation time to the actual time that they're going to be there. And that's a lot of time what we're having problems with is people are just blocking out big blocks of hours and technically they're not there the full time.
I was curious because when we started doing some of the work on classified positions, what we found is that a lot of times it's overtime, right? So when we bill people for those hours, are we billing them what it actually costs us in terms of like if somebody's working overtime to be there after hours for an event?
Yes, it's the after hours. It's like overtime.
So I guess my question is, so we're not, if anything, we're just at a zero. We're not paying other entities to use our fields. Okay.
Next slide. So if we were to consider some type of true joint use agreement, I'm not going to go over these one by one, but I think the point of this slide is these are all the things that we would need to think about, and they'd probably be in a contract, or they would be in a contract. But you know, some of the most important things are, you know, if our facilities gets damaged, who pays to repair it? How do you settle disagreements? How do you document costs? If somebody gets hurt, whose liability insurance is that under? You know, sorry. Hear me now? Sorry. Here. All right. Thanks. So those are, you know, point is there's a lot to consider with these type of arrangements. Okay. Okay, so again, I know in the community when people talk about using our facilities, the term joint use is used a lot, but just a couple of examples of what is not joint use, right? So community use of playgrounds, baseball fields, et cetera, without a permit. While some of our sites are accessible after hours, general public can use, when the public uses them, they can present challenges and it doesn't meet the definition of joint use. And why is that? It's because there is no formal agreement. There is no agency partner, like most likely here in town it would be the city of Ventura. All the ongoing expenses, including staffing, maintenance, vandalism costs, are shouldered by us. An increasing number of this is really kind of a big issue right now, and it has been over the last year, and it's only continued to be. An increasing number of VUSD schools are utilized for district programs during after schools and evenings. So most of our like ELOP programs and such, they go till like at least 6 o'clock at night now. So I mean, I was at one school where we had, I counted 5 off-leash dogs running amongst our ELOP students.
And I would just add that there have been a few instances where our own staff have, you know, they're just out and about in the neighborhood and seeing, you know, other entities utilizing our fields without the proper permit. And so and then we make contact with those individuals or those entities and tell them, hey, we pretty much give them an invoice, like, you made this reservation without putting it in the reservation system. This is the time you were there. Take pictures just to show them that, hey, yes, we do have proof and evidence that you were there. So we try to, I mean, as much as we can. I mean, I don't know how often this is going on, but as people are in the community, they let us know, like, hey, is this person supposed to be here?
Yeah, I think we're going to have more conversations in the future as our budget gets tighter and tighter, because if you listen to people over the years, it's almost like we owe them to pay for our facilities, and people don't understand that it's a dollar amount, associated. Like, I was on the phone today for probably about an hour where fees had changed, and I explained why they changed and how they have to be changed, and then they always compare it to another district, and we're just like, it's not like a price comparison. We just, if we're going to be at net zero, we're at net zero. Did we just lose power? Okay. See, we can't even pay our power bill. But that's the reason why I want to make sure that when I'm talking to people that, someone doesn't bring me something and say, oh yeah, well, this person pays this to use the same facility. I just want to make sure we're consistent, because these are pretty big community advocates, and I just don't want to get caught saying, no, this is we're zero costing. We're not trying to make money off of you, but we're not trying to lose money off of you. So I just want to make sure we kind of stick to that, because I'm getting more and more calls about that.
And then it's really based on the entity who's, like, we got to be able to compare what they're talking about. Like, this entity may have this rate because there's profit, this entity may not. So I would just be cautious of that as people bring that to your attention. Maybe they don't necessarily know the details of what the other person's situation or the other entity's situation is.
And just to make a note, it's 11:17. We voted for 11:30.
I just wanted to also point out, like, part of that conversation with the community, though, is reminding people that our fiduciary responsibility is to educating children, right? And that because these are the public's land, people feel like they should be able to use them, right? And it's hard for people to understand that we are not the city of Ventura, we're not the county of Ventura, right? Like, our schools and their spaces exist to educate children, and if there's a way we can make those other things work, that's great, right? But that shouldn't negatively impact our budget. It shouldn't negatively impact staff. It certainly shouldn't negatively impact student safety. And so we can only make these kinds of things work if we can make them work, right? Like, and that's the, I think, part where we're still not doing a good job of educating the public on that.
This slide just talks about past efforts to engage the city of Ventura, and I don't know if I really like that term, to engage the city of Ventura, because it's not like we've been begging them or they've been begging us. We've had some very productive conversations over the years. I personally have been involved in pretty in-depth conversations about 3 different possible joint use agreements. They just have never come to fruition because the city is in the same position we are. They have limited resources, they have limited staff, and they are already maintaining their parks, right? I know that we've had conversations at VUSD City College liaison meetings, at community council presentations. I know Dr. Castro has had conversations with city folks.
Yeah, so we've had separate conversations with city staff and elected officials. I'll just note too, we completed this PowerPoint way before, but since the initial generation of this PowerPoint, we've also submitted public comment through our general plan process to continue to engage the city.
And it looks like, do we have public comment on this?
We do. Heather Lacayo?
That's okay.
Okay, we do not.
We do not.
All right, any other questions? All right, so now we're either to the listening tour or the consent calendar. Let's do this. All right.
I will make this happen in 5 minutes. All right, bring it up. Okay. Yeah, just go ahead and go. The board, through our extensive budgeting process, the board, go ahead and go to the next slide.
Well, sorry, Deputy Ghost. Can we do this so we don't have to rush through a vote? Can we go to do the consent calendar and then we end on the listening tour so that we can get
absolutely.
all the procedures out of the way? Is there anything that needs to be pulled from the consent calendar? Okay, I'll entertain.
Move approval.
A second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now you're open.
All right, so I'm going to give a presentation every time, so we can go through consent calendar just like that. I like that. I like where this is going. All right. This meeting was held back in March at Ventura High School. We had 40 in-person participants, and as you're going to the next slide, I just want to note that although this wasn't directly connected to the listening tour, I don't want to give too much weight to the fact that we either had, we had 40 or we only had 40. At any of these events, if we have 7 or we have 100, there are people who are committed to being there, to being engaged on that issue. And there were 40 very engaged, very purposeful conversations there, and that was reflected both in the live questions that we fielded and then also subsequent after that. So I think that's really important to say. So going forward, if these are things that the board would like us to continue to do, which I think is a really good idea, I just don't want us to be skewed by saying, oh, there were only 40 people there. If there are 20 people, and it's time well spent. So that said, these are the timelines that were in front of you. The format was we gave an overall presentation, we provided handouts, we had QR codes, and what we did as a team, I think all of us were there. Marianne fielded the questions so that way we could see how the questions coalesced around themes. And there's a distinction between the themes that came out in that meeting versus the themes that came out in subsequent submissions. So if you can go on to the next slide, we talked about the number. Here we go. So in terms of the who was in the audience, you could see that obviously parents, employees, community members, students, but mostly our families and our employees were there. We had Spanish translation, and the feedback forms were also in English and Spanish. Okay, here we go. Again, these were the themes, many of which we were able to address live. There were very few questions that were posed that we weren't able to address live. There were, again, in terms of the themes, they had questions about better understanding the budget, which when we get into a couple of future slides, we have some ideas that that are in process. But effectively, people want to really understand the budget. And the budgets are complex, as we know. This has actually come up in this meeting and several other meetings. We have part of that transparency and clarity is around acronyms. We have so many acronyms in public education, and it seems to just get amplified in the budgeting process. We've looked at different ways to consolidate that, and even our consolidation of consolidations is still right now like a page or two. So we're going to keep working through that. The special education audit outcomes, I think this was a positive, or the board's commitment to the FCMAT process was a positive, was a plus. However, there are still residual questions about how we fund special education, where that fits in the budget, and then also given that whenever we talk about the budget and we look at the biggest contributions, we know that one of the biggest general fund contributions is in special education. And so in this environment and in others, I always take the opportunity to talk about the fact that yes, these are general fund contributions, but we are serving the needs of students, and these are not just in this case, legal obligations, but oftentimes these are obligations that we would expect if we had a student with a disability. And then, of course, solar has been on everyone's minds. We talked about the same things that we've talked about many times in these meetings, these pending solar savings. And then people had questions about class size. In general, there seems to be a lack of understanding that class sizes, there seems to be an expectation that with lowered enrollment, you should have smaller class sizes. And so we continue to share that that's not how that works. If we have fewer students, you're still staffing as you were if you have more students. It ends up working out in the wash. So that was something that we talked about. We've spent a lot of time talking about property. The furloughs, that came up. It's a theme that has come up in many conversations, but it's the same question, which is, do we consider this? And so we do consider it. During negotiations, we brought up the concept. And we also spend time, there was a recent publication that talked about school districts that have used fewer days. There's some 4-day-a-week school districts. There was a big study that came out about 2 weeks ago, and it basically said it's a wash. It doesn't accomplish anything more, doesn't save money, student learning outcomes aren't any different. And what was really interesting was staff perceptions of workload were basically mirrored those who were in school 5 days a week. That was actually the most curious thing that I saw in that study. Always thematic, that we should reduce central office spending. We've heard that in every environment. So we addressed that. We posted all of the reductions that have taken place, especially since 2022. School consolidations or closures. We have a board item on this on July 8th. So Anthony and I will be tag teaming that. And then as you've seen, as we've evaluated our expenditures, we are evaluating all of our expenditures, including those for professional development. Okay, and then in the follow-up, we have our budget FAQ page. We, in the, what do you call it, accordion, the menu accordion, we put in there all of the most commonly asked questions or the things that we felt were the most needed areas. There are a lot of other things that we can, over time, update, but those were the main things. And this is how we engaged everyone. Marianne had jury duty during this time, so it was lots of fun. And took a little bit longer, but we made it happen. And then this is actually equally important. So if you can go to the next slide. So what's next? We are in the process of, we were already scripting out what some of these bite-sized budgetary updates will be for the public. So we're working on that. We have to work out the technology and the editing process, but we'll be rolling that out soon. I already talked about the July update. And then we will continue to have ongoing communications both through these video segments, but also through the newsletter about as we go through these budget updates. So for example, the action that the board took tonight to approve the LCAP and the budget, we'll be seeing that in subsequent communications, trying to get this information out. I also want to thank the PAC. Our PAC was extraordinarily helpful as we try out different messaging with them. And so I just want to appreciate their feedback into that processes because they've given us some really nice ways to figure out what works for most of our families. How do we organize the information? So that's where we are.
You'll notice that starting last week, I started doing board updates after your meetings that highlighted certain things that you all talked about, and it goes directly to that point. I will do my best to continue that throughout the year, depending on what's happening, but that's where the budget was also, you'll find those that go directly to the YouTube if it's in a regular meeting.
I would just add, because I was at the listening event, it was a 1-hour event, and especially since the people that we're getting are already the highly engaged folks in our community, I would suggest that we need to spend less time going over, like there was an extended period of time to go over the budget, and it is a very meaty piece. But I think if we could have had more time for direct questions, that would have been more engaging to people.
I agree, which is why and that was a learning piece for us, even though we had originally scheduled it for an hour, we actually went an hour and a half. And as you were there, almost everybody who was there stayed. So I agree with you, of finding a way to give QR codes to information that maybe we reference but don't cover as much. I think that would be a really good way. However, I do think it's critical for us to give information, especially because as we all know, in areas related to the budget, there are a lot of misconceptions and a lot of rumors. And I'm not saying that in a way to disparage. I'm really saying that in a way for people who are there, who really want to understand. It's one of the rare opportunities for us to speak to them pointedly and accurately, and then engage in a back and forth. So I think it's a combination of both. But you're absolutely right. Less upfront.
President Peterson, we do have it's 11:30, and we do have a public comment.
Okay.
Can we go ahead? Okay.
I just want to say this. Thank you for doing that, because it was smaller attendance than I know that you wanted, but that was really, really great. And I want to echo exactly what, I'm so tired, Shannon said. And in the future, the QR code was great. For facts would have been amazing, but trying to type in questions while you're trying to listen to what's going on is a big challenge, and it's not as inclusive for everyone. So being able to, the best anything that I've had with you, Dr. Castro, is running into you at a coffee shop and being able to talk to you directly. And that's what people really want, that personal connection and being able to talk questions and answers. And that's all. I promise I won't take 2 minutes. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Is there anything
I'll see you at Starbucks.
All right. Thank you. Vase?
I move to adjourn. I move to adjourn.
Yeah. Second.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.